Recording has begun.
Okay. Chair Yankee, I have 4:05 p.m.
Okay, we'll call to order the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for May 1st, 2024. You want to go ahead and read the preamble?
The City and County of San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. This is a regular meeting taking place in City Hall, room 408. Today is Wednesday, May 1. Hearings on complaints will begin no earlier than 5 p.m. Remote access and/or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, public comment. Remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference. We use WebEx. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to sotf@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Chair Yankee, did you want to read meeting decorum?
Sure. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Let's go ahead and start with item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's begin with roll call. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. Member Pilpel absent. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Maxine Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson present. Member Kumar.
Present.
Member Kumar present. Member Sugarman absent. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Vice Chair Stein absent. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 present and 3 absences.
Okay, so we have quorum. Cheryl, are there any agenda changes?
Not to my knowledge. Just want to check my paperwork quickly. Pardon me while I do this.
Sure.
Chair Yankee, wasn't there a request?
Yeah, so while Cheryl looks for anything else I may not know about, there was an email from the assessor recorder's office asking for their file to be heard earlier in the meeting due to child care issues for the respondent. Their file is scheduled currently as the second complaint to be heard. So I don't know if
Oh, the second.
it's already the second as it.
Do we want to move that up?
Unless anyone wants to make a motion, I think we should probably be hitting it around 6:30-ish, I guess. Yeah, so unless anyone makes a motion, probably should be getting to it around 6:30, my guess would be. So
Okay.
I don't see a motion, so I think we're gonna
Okay.
go ahead and keep. Is there anything else agenda-wise we need to know about, Cheryl?
No, as far as I know, as far as I'm concerned, there are no other issues.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open that up to public comment then.
If there are any members of the public who would like to speak, please approach the podium. If you're a member of the online community, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and we have someone here in person, so we'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Warfield. Cheryl, if you can let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
And he's allowed 3 minutes.
3 minutes, yeah.
Mr. Warfield, you're allowed 3 minutes. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. library users 2004@yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. First of all, I would like to ask you, since this is supposed to be a public comment and there is at least one member, myself, present, I'd very much appreciate if you would speak into the microphone in sufficient volume to be understood in the room. Half of the time, the folks in the room seem to be mumbling away from the mic and inaudible, well, not inaudible, but audible, but not understandable. It seems as though the remote people are actually more clear than those present. And I think I've talked with you before, others may have as well, about the quality of the sound in the room. So that makes it all the more important that the volume be adequate. I do want to talk to the issue of agenda changes. Am I hearing somebody?
There's an echo.
Are you stopping the clock for me?
Check. Okay, go ahead and try again.
I was beginning to speak about agenda changes specifically, which is on your agenda here. I have been sending a number of emails to the members, most of the members, and a number of other people who were involved in an initial round of discussions brought up by Mr. Sullivan concerning the fact that the agenda was completely unavailable to the public online because it simply just wasn't there. There was a link which, when you clicked on the light blue, whatever it was, or maybe it wasn't that, but in any case, it led basically to nothing but to me unfamiliar page that said only the time and date and location of this meeting. It was out during what I considered to be prime time for folks to look and prepare, which was Monday late afternoon. We heard from the chair, certainly early evening and into the night, and Tuesday morning until 9 minutes before noon. The second thing that I wanted to bring up is that our order of determination on this agenda was not linked to properly. When you hovered over the attachments for all of the orders of determination, nothing happened. And subsequently, I've heard from Pat Peterson in an email that she recalled that it was available, but I have listed all the problems, including when you hover over our item, you did not get a link. So I would like at least the orders of determination
Warfield, your time is up.
to be not considered, and especially ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public? I don't see anyone else in the room, and I believe.
I'd like to make a note.
Sure.
No, never mind. Forgive me. I was confused.
Okay.
There are no other callers in the room.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. Mr. Warfield, to address your concern regarding the agenda. The agenda was posted on Friday online. It was available Friday, Saturday, Sunday, some of Monday. At some point in the, sounds like Monday afternoon, due to some technical difficulties, it went down and it was restored Tuesday morning, and then was up all day Tuesday until today. We've consulted with our legal counsel, who referred to an attorney general opinion that a short period of time that's due to technical difficulties where it's unavailable, particularly in this instance where it was cumulatively up for more than 72 hours, allows us to proceed. So, but thank you for your comments. Okay, members, anything else? We move on? Okay, let's go ahead to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of March 6, 2024.
Okay, I believe these were previously continued. Cheryl, do you know if the edits that member Pilpel had submitted are included in this latest version that's before us?
I believe they were. This was March 6th, and I believe David has had a chance to
Yeah.
look at these.
I think he gave them to you like right before the prior meeting. So,
Yeah. So certainly in March, he had a chance to look at these.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, does anyone?
There's one tiny thing in item number 5. It looks like it's just a typo where a letter got dropped. Hang on, I lost it. In item number 5, under public comment, it's actually in Peter Warfield's public comment. It says, the second line, he had been waiting for 3 hours, and what always concerned, it looks like it should be him, and there's no I. So you just need to put an I in that word.
Between what and always?
Oh, always concerned him are the procedures, but it just says HM, and I think the word is him.
Okay, thank you for that edit. Anybody else?
There's no other edits. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved. So moved.
Okay. So moved by member Anderson to approve the March 6, 2024 meeting minutes. Do we have a second?
Second by member LaHood.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open that up for public comment.
If there are any members of the public in the room who would like to speak on item 2, please approach the podium. Members of the online community, press *3 or raise your hand in the app. We'll give you a moment.
Okay. We have Mr. Warfield at the podium, so we'll begin with our in-person public commenter. Cheryl, if you could let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I didn't in the past say the contact information either ever or certainly not at every comment as I do now. That started during COVID, and it's an important matter of public meetings that people have the ability to see and hear and approach in a public meeting each other. When there are remote participants, that's not possible. If you hear somebody remotely, you can't walk up to them and say, I really liked what you said, or I thought you were mistaken about such and such, or have them come up and say, we'd like to speak with you more about something or another, and so on. That's why I say it, and I consider it important. In the past, I've heard that you have your reasons for the exclusion of these things on subsequent mentions after the first. That's where you settled it at some point. That seems to be the practice now, but it's wrong. I have said it's important. I consider it important. I have had somebody mention to me that they thought I wasn't interested when the wrong contact information had been posted in the one place that it was mentioned in a previous agenda during COVID. And it was only that I kept repeating contact information that this person thought, well, maybe he really does want to be contacted, and then got in touch with us. So with respect to the meeting minutes, you've left out our contact information every time, but the first, I'd like to have that in every time, as well as the first. Number 2, there's no Sunshine Ordinance Task Force summary of Mark Solomon's comments, at least in cases where he has provided a 150-word summary of his comments. I consider it part of your statutory duty to provide a summary of what the public has said. It's specifically mentioned in the Sunshine Ordinance as a requirement for the minutes. I believe it's on 67.7. I don't have it right in front of me here. I think that's very important that you have your version. Who knows what the person who is providing the summary has done? Maybe they've focused poorly on their main points, but you got it right. Vice versa is possible too. All of that is valuable and important, and you should not have your minutes without summaries as required by law, summaries of public comment. I had little opportunity to check this because my prime time for review, there was no agenda and no agenda packet available. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other members of the public in the room, Pat, are there any call-in remote public commenters?
There are no remote callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Anything, members, before we vote? Not seeing any hands. Okay, Cheryl, if you could call a roll when you're ready.
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpil, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 3 absences.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of April 3, 2024.
Okay, so I'll just start. When I was looking through here, I'm seeing what appears to be clerk's office notes. So I'm not sure that these are really ready for us to approve. So I'm like, for instance, just for the members or anyone else who's looking, I see something on, so it's like the first page of the meeting minutes about our DCA. It's highlighted without a name. And I see questions on the top of page, looks like 5, about a motion that was about the bylaws. I mean, we could go over why that is the way it is. So I'm going to suggest we continue these.
I'd like to make a motion to continue approval of these minutes because I agree there's some more things that need to be cleaned up than I think we should review during this meeting.
That's
Okay.
the version that was online.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. So we have a motion by member LaHood, seconded by member Wolf to continue the meeting minutes for April 3rd. Any discussion on that, members? Seeing none. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
Any individuals in the room wishing to speak on item 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting of the 3rd, please approach the podium. If you are a member of the online community and wish to speak on item 3, raise your hand using *3 or the app, please. No callers in the queue.
Okay, and it looks like we have someone coming up to the podium. So Cheryl, I'll turn it over to you to let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
Mr. Warfield, you ready to begin?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, at 2:57. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Presumably in a democracy and in a meeting where you are supposedly hearing what people have to say and discussing the matters that they might comment on, it would be more reassuring to hear something from the body rather than just pure ignoration of the comments that I have made, prepared, and I think make sense. Perhaps even it's up to you, your choice, but some mention of what your thinking would be reassuring as to whether there's a process going on. We have some of the same complaints with respect to public comment being represented by your summary, which is required by law, and which you haven't done in some instances, particularly Mr. Sullivan, who provided 150-word summaries, as is his option. There were a number of issues, but the most appalling was the minutes describing our hearing on our complaint 23034. Let me just say for the moment that I don't object to putting this off, but I don't know that I could be present over and over again. So I wanted you to know what I think. The minutes were appalling. The summary repeats incorrect agenda item, which our efforts could only improve a little bit, but not correct. Our complaint was completely and totally about access and not about the content of what was provided that we requested. We said that the key points here was that the complaint was about not being able to come during normal business hours, which is guaranteed presumably by law, and without requiring an appointment as provided in section 6721. Those are very key rights that the public has to obtaining information from agencies, to come at any time during normal business hours, and to not have to make any appointments. I could tell you stories if you're interested. Ask me about trying to make appointments with library management. That wasn't relevant. In any case, you seem to provide details about the library's counter story to our story. There were two stories, denying what we had presented and also going after a red herring that had to do with whether or not I was willing to wait 15 minutes for something to happen. I didn't object to that. I simply said I would come back another time and was told I have to make an appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any callers in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment then. Anything else, members, before we vote? Not seeing any hands. Okay, Cheryl, if you can call a roll on that motion when you're ready.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 3 absences.
Okay, that motion passes, and we can move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, approval of orders of determination. These were all ODs that David had reviewed. Does anybody have any comments?
I know this came at a previous, regarding the agenda. I just want to acknowledge, I heard what Mr. Warfield said about the hovering and where it is and doesn't work on the document. I believe there was enough access on here that, well, for someone who's familiar with how our agendas work to know that you click on the body text, but I did hear what he said about the word attachments not being linked. And for some reason, once you get below where it says from April 3rd, you can't hover there. I would hope that most people would recognize that there were other ways to click on it, but I do want to acknowledge that his comments were correct, that certain spots on the agenda were not clickable.
Although I will also say that when the agenda is,
Can you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. I do want to say that when the agenda is posted and distributed to the parties and members,
I think there's
just-
something wrong with the microphone. That's, yeah.
Can you hear me?
That's
It's-
better.
It's better?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just want to say that I try to make it clear when the agenda is posted and I am distributing it to members, parties, whoever else has expressed a desire to attend our hearing, that instructions are, please hover over, I do make it clear, please hover over that particular item and the link should be made available. So, that's why I try to cover almost the entire bit
Right.
of the item so that there's plenty of room for somebody to click on that, they'll see the link and be able to get access to the documents that they need.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
I would just maybe suggest that the word link be put next to wherever the beginning of the link begins. It could be in parentheses. something like that, simple, it's standard in web development. If it's not clear that it's a link.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
And to be clear, Cheryl, I'm not criticizing you. I think it's the tools that you're forced to work with that are challenging. Just wanted to acknowledge that we had heard the challenge that a member of the public encountered. That's all.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Warfield, I do.
Cheryl.
Yeah, I also wanted to add a point that I really appreciate when you write attachments in bracket, and that really helps me understand there's an attachment and then I can hover over it. So really want to appreciate you for doing that. So maybe I agree with Member Wolf, writing link might be more helpful than, asking people to hover over it. A lot of times we assume people would know, but people really struggle with certain things technologically, at least I do. But yeah, thank you for writing attachments. It's really helpful.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is what Member LaHood and Mr. Warfield mentioned, is that I think in all the other ones, the blue attachments we typically look to as the link, like when you're actually hovering over that, it works. And I think in this instance, for whatever reason, the link that you make, Cheryl, didn't cover that word. So if someone was over the word attachments, it wouldn't appear as a link until you get further down. And then if you get further down to the April ones and suddenly the linking mechanism stops working and your cursor that goes from like a little hand or whatever turns into indicating that it's no longer a link. So
And even though we know
right.
the quirks of the PDF technology, this particular program that you have to use. Yeah. And I know Mr. Warfield has probably encountered this too, but I hear his argument that he wants to make sure that anyone accessing this would know what to do.
And I also want to add that for Mac OS and Windows, it's different usually.
Okay,
Yeah, that's also, if somebody's not working on a Mac, then it might be a different issue.
Yes. So my thoughts are, because I think the ordinance actually says that the written order is on the request of the person who brought the complaint. I know we issue them in all cases. That I'm personally fine with continuing that particular one if that's what the member of the public in that case wants. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Do you want to ask him directly, or was that what he asked for?
I think that's what you asked for. Is that correct? But just, you can answer yes or no. Would you like us to continue your order of determination? I'll give you public comment later, so just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for confirming. Okay. But I did have a couple other issues with them. If you have a moment for that, Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay. So on page 13, this is the I'm not sure that this is okay. So okay. So I was going through them. So
What number are you referring to?
okay, hang on. Let me back up here. Actually, I'll start with this one. So page 12, 23098. I believe we talked about this last time. This was not a determination we made. We closed this without hearing the complaint. It should not have an order of determination. Because we didn't actually make a determination on any merits. This is 23098. This was not a hearing that we had. We closed this prior to a hearing, so it shouldn't have an order of determination. It's Cheryl, same thing for when we have things like we close for non-attendance. If we didn't have a hearing on the merits, I don't think that we should be having an order of determination because we're not making any findings. Then the next one after that on page 13 is you have in the packet 22125 HV Safe against Rich Hillis and the Planning Commission. But I don't see that on the agenda. I see 21125, which is the Liza Morawski against the Department of Public Health OD, but I'm not seeing 21125 in the agenda packet. So I don't know if you accidentally put in 22125 in the packet instead of 21125. And I'm not sure which is the one we're supposed to be approving and which, or it looks like there's some type of confusion between the 21125 and 22125. Does everyone see what I'm?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure if they both should have been there or if. So regardless if it's either way, I don't think we should approve either one because either A, it wasn't agendized if we're supposed to be approving 22125, or if it's 21125 that we're supposed to be approving, we're not seeing what we're approving. So I don't think we can approve either of those. So those are my comments on that. So I'm thinking that we should leave off, and folks feel free to jump in, but I'm thinking we should probably approve all of them, remove 23098, remove 21125, and that's what's agendized, and then continue 23034.
And just to make sure there's no confusion, when you say remove 21125, I think we should also say let's remove 22125 because it's in the packet,
yeah.
even though it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, either one, and,
Yeah.
and continue. Actually, I should say continue. I should say
Yeah.
remove. I should say remove 23098, continue 21125 / 22125, and then also continue 23034.
Mhm.
That sound good with everyone?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make that motion then. So, so I will move to approve the orders of determination, except to remove 23098 and to continue 21125 / 22125 and 23034.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Any other discussion on this, members? Should we move to
Just for the record,
024 or 34?
23034? I'm sorry, did someone say something?
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Yeah, Member Lloyd.
Okay. Member Highland, did you want to say something?
No, I'm going to wait.
Okay. I think we're ready for public comment on that then.
Individuals in the room wishing to speak, please approach the podium regarding item 3, orders of determination. If you're in the online community, press *3 or raise your hand in the app.
And I'm just going to clarify that's item number 4 we're on, not
Item
number
4.
3.
Thank you. Item 4, orders of determination.
Okay.
No callers in the queue.
Okay. And we have Mr. Warfield in person here. So Cheryl, if you could let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
You ready, sir?
In person, that's right. Thank you. Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. With respect to these orders of determination, let me just read you the page numbers that I have in this book when you were talking about page 13. 22-135 started with 6-item 4, followed by 7-item 4, 8-item 4, 9-item 4, 10 and 11 item 4, 26-item 4. Then blank, 22-125 blank, both pages. And then we came to 14-item 4. There was no 13 in this book that's here in the room. With respect to the discussion about, and I appreciate Member Lila LaHood, with respect to what's wrong with the agenda, you know a lot. There's a lot you know, but this is a public body that's meeting in public and is supposed to, if anything, set an example of public process for yourselves and for everybody else. I have sent multiple emails today regarding what's wrong with the highlighting and the linking and so on. It's a mess. I don't know if you got all of the responses that I had to a recalled memo that talked about certain facts concerning the link. But I wrote 2 or 3 answers to that, including the fact that some of the items start right with the text. You can hover anywhere over it, including the blue attachments, and get linked to something that works. In the case of these orders of determination, the first line, all of the text and the blue, no link, nothing. Yes, if you thought to go on a scavenger hunt, maybe you might find it. If you slid down a line or two to where the other text began, other than the first line, now you had it for a while. I don't know if you got the last one that I sent around 1-ish. At the bottom where there was our complaint and order of determination, no link, no highlighting, no nothing. So if you said, well, let me see if this will work if I click on 23034, no link. So there's gross inconsistencies in that very agenda as to where the highlighting and the link begins, where it ends. Some of them it's everywhere. Some of them one of them it's
Time is
on
up,
the
Mr.
next
Warfield.
line, and so on and so forth. And I don't even know if you've got
Thank
all
you,
of
Mr.
my
Warfield.
emails, but I'd appreciate your considering making some sense out of this. If we had a
Mr. Warfield,
suggestion
Mr.
for a cure,
Warfield,
suggestion for a cure in the.
Mr. Warfield, we ask that you please respect our 3-minute time limit.
I'd like to address the page number issue.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay. Now that we are using, we're not scanning,
You're talking to the microphone.
I'm sorry. Now that we are not scanning our documents on the machine, which provides page numbers for like an entire packet, and they are consecutive, the page numbering can be a challenge if you want to change it. If it's already there, there are difficulties in removing it. And if you try to remove it and type something else, you just get a smudged line. So I wanted to put the ODs in the order as they are listed in our agenda and as they had appeared to us on those specific dates. So I apologize if Mr. Warfield feels that his agenda item was not clear. It was clear. They are all in the order as they are listed on the agenda. And his is being the last OD was the last one to come up. So they were all there.
Okay.
You just didn't know that.
Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, any other discussion on this before we vote? Seen any hands? Okay. So Cheryl, if you could do take the roll when you're ready.
Just a quick comment.
Oh, go ahead, Member Wolf.
I just want to say if there's I'm not sure if there was a change or not in the way this item was formatted as far as the listing of the ODs from previous agendas, but when there is a change like that, are you notified, Cheryl? Do you notify Matt on that?
I would like to kind of put, and this is just my own lens, apologies for butting in. I can't find
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Member Wolf.
So I'm just
I'm hearing
asking
Member
if there was-
Peterson responding,
Oh, is Member Peter?
but we can't hear her.
Administrator Peterson, did you want to address this?
I was not speaking.
Oh, I heard somebody else speaking.
Number 2.
Something, yeah.
If you could mute the other microphones, Pat, online.
All microphones online are muted.
Okay. So
So I wanted to address what,
go
I
ahead.
mean, Bruce had a comment, so I want
Go
to
ahead.
address it if he needs to.
Yeah, what I was saying is just that if there's a change in the format of the agenda, I'm just wondering if the chair is being notified.
What Member Wolf, what change in the format were you referring to?
Well, I was just it just sounded like how the listing of the ODs, how Cheryl was explaining how the order of the ODs are, that it may have been different than a previous listing.
No, I think what Cheryl was referring to, and I think they talked about this a few meetings ago, is that they're no longer putting what they call the Bates numbers at the bottom.
Yeah.
They used to use that in every single page in our agenda had a unique number. Now that they're not scanning hard copies anymore, they're not using that same numbering system. And so we're not seeing those unique pages always appearing at the bottom of every page of the attachments. And so what she was saying is, because knowing that that's an issue, she's listing the ODs in the attachment in the order in which they're listed on the agenda.
Okay.
So the issues around the Bates numbers not appearing.
Okay. But my question is the way that it's being ordered in, in the agenda for that item, has that been the same from previous?
Yeah, I haven't changed that one.
Haven't changed?
That's,
Okay,
that's the way it's
all.
been.
That's all I was asking. Okay, great. Thank you.
And
Okay.
from April 6th, Member Warfield's, or I'm sorry, Peter Warfield's was the only OD from the April 3rd meeting that we had. So I wanted to make sure that was in there.
Okay.
Cheryl, you need to talk to the microphone. Every time you turn your head, it doesn't go in the microphone.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're ready to call the roll on this now.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. 7 in favor and 3 absences.
Okay. So that's approved. We can move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, election of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force officers pursuant to Article 3, Section 5 of the bylaws.
Okay, so members, the bylaws state that this item has to appear on the first agenda in May, I believe it is. I think was set up this way. This predates me, but I'm assuming that it was set up that way in the bylaws so that this occurred after appointments or reappointments, which typically occur in April. But as we all know, that didn't happen in April. So we could do one of two things. We could go ahead and go forward with elections, or the bylaws also allow us to pick a date in the future if we wanted to push this off and wait until, and I don't know at this point when that's going to happen.
Through the chair. Member Highland,
Member Highland.
do we have to pick another date, or can we continue to the call of the chair? Because it really is, contingent on when the Rules Committee.
Yeah, I think that if we made a motion to continue until after appointments / reappointments occur, I think that would be sufficient.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay. So we have a motion by Member Highland to continue this item until after the Board of Supervisors makes their appointments or reappointments to the task force.
Second,
Okay.
Member Anderson.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Any discussion?
Yes, question.
Oh, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Is this for all seats?
This would be for the ones that are, I believe, expiring. Well, all of them that would be expiring. So everyone is expired except for Member Kumar. So we're all holdovers now except for Member Kumar.
Okay, so that this election will not take place until all seats, because the Board of Supervisors usually doesn't do them all at once.
Oh, that's a good point.
They stagger them at
That's a good
times.
point. They don't always do them all at the same time. Well, I could do this. Tell me what you think. Oh, go ahead, Member.
Or I could rescind the motion and we could vote as we are now to satisfy the, our charter, and then
Adjust if
adjust
necessary.
if necessary. Let's say the chair and the vice chair is not here in 6 months or 4 months, whenever we're all reinstated, then we'll be forced to do it
Then you would be forced to do it, right?
Okay, so I will rescind that motion.
Okay. Does
I have a question
the
for-
seconder agree to the rescinding? I'm sorry. Who was it?
Yes, the
Okay.
second agrees.
Okay, so that motion's been rescinded. Go ahead, Member.
I have a question for the chair. Since there are several people not at this meeting, do you know the wishes or interests of persons not here today?
I do know that the vice chair indicated that if anyone were to renominate her, she would accept that.
Okay.
It's a good point. We're missing by not being.
So I guess we'll start with nominations and election of chair.
I nominate Chair Yankee.
I second the nomination.
I second that too.
And I also second that.
Seeing that no one else really wants to do it, I guess I'll accept it. All right, I'll accept it.
The question was, will you accept it?
Yeah, I will accept it.
May I make a comment on that? I think part of our enthusiasm for nominating you is because we think you're doing an excellent job and we appreciate your leadership and would hope that you continue in this role. Not that there isn't an abundance of talent within this group, but I think sometimes having some continuity with a leader, at least for a few years, really helps in terms of getting things done. So I appreciate everything you're doing, and I hope you would accept our enthusiasm and continue in this role.
Hear, hear.
I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
I also want to add that I'm new and I cannot imagine a task force without you as the chair. So I would also really like it if you continue.
Thank you, Member Kumar. I appreciate that. Okay. I guess we could, is there a motion then on that? Do we have to make a separate motion or was it? Are we just?
Are the nomination and the multiple seconds?
Yeah, I guess that, yeah, I mean.
I guess if.
Okay, I'll formally make a motion to nominate Chair Yankee to continue to serve as chair.
And I will formally add my first second as the seconding that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Highland, seconded by Member LaHood to elect Chair Yankee as chair again. And see no further hands on that. We'll go ahead and move that to public comment.
Individuals on the room wishing to speak on item 5, election of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Committee Task Force officers, approach the podium, please. In the online community, press *3 or raise your hand using the app. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and we have someone at the podium, so I will turn it over to Cheryl to let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
257. Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I have to observe that the chair went right after the nominations without saying, are there any other nominations? That seemed to me a little bit rushing things. I had certainly hoped to hear some campaign speeches about what people wanted to accomplish, what they had accomplished, what they thought was good about what was going on, what they hope to accomplish in future. I don't disagree with what the members have said, nor would I oppose the nomination or election of the chair. I would only say that I wish that the chair would take a stronger hand on behalf of the public with respect to what this body does, and in particular with respect to what this body is entitled to get for support from the city, such as clerk providing whatever is necessary, a full-time person plus whatever is necessary, and the city attorney having somebody assigned to this job, a so-called ethical wall, and so on and so forth. It seems to me that certainly the city attorney has withdrawn what used to be a letter of advice on every single case, presumably saying what the issues were and what the issue was and what the law said and so on and so forth. It wasn't always the best, but it was there. And it seems to me that the task force should not sit back while the city withdraws, thereby weakening, and some people would say crippling, the ability of the task force to get the necessary support. And with respect to the clerk, I think I said to Ms. Leger at some point that if I had that job, I would quickly go crazy. And it's a huge, difficult, there are so many pieces, so much to handle, so many parts of pieces, and so on. But I do think that if it's overwhelming and if it's too much, which I think it may well be, then there needs to be more support from the clerk's office, which is required by law in section 67 and point, I believe it's 30. So with that said, I hope that the chair will be stronger on behalf of the public and the body itself to do good work and to be supported as it's supposed to be, and not just go away from prior losses and give up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other in-person public commenters? See no one at the podium, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Mr. Warfield, you may have missed the meeting that it was announced, but Clerk Peterson is also now co-administrator of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So we actually are up to 2 full-time people here for the task force. So she's not here. She's doing the remote thing today, but you'll see both her and Cheryl pitching in and helping. So that's what you'll see, 2 people communicating with you. So I think we're all pretty excited for the fact that we do, for the first time, I think most of us have been on the task force. We actually have more support than I think we've ever had, which is, I think, is terrific.
I just want to say, Administrator Peterson is doing a great job.
We appreciate both of you.
Agreed.
Thank you all.
Okay, not seeing any of your hands on that or public commenters, so I think we're ready for a vote.
Okay. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye.
I can't hear you.
Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Stein. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
All right.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 3 absences.
Okay. Let's go on
Mr.
to.
Chair, I'm
go
going
ahead.
to be, are you calling for the vice chair now?
Yes, that's what I was going to
Okay.
call for now.
I'm going to leave after that.
Okay.
Roll call. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and go on to item number B, which is, or letter B, which is nominations and election of vice chair. And as I mentioned before, if anyone were to nominate Vice Chair Stein allowed me to tell you that she would accept such nomination.
I would like to take the privilege to nominate Vice Chair Stein to continue. And I just have, it was me who nominated her for the first time, so I feel responsible. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my nomination.
Okay. We have a motion by Member Schmidt to elect Vice Chair Stein as the vice chair again. We have a second on that, or any other nominations?
Second,
Okay.
Member Anderson.
Seconded by Member Anderson.
Although Vice Chair Stein isn't here, and I strongly support the motion and the second on this, in the interest of others in the room, would either of those who nominated Vice Chair Stein again like to say something about the strength of her work? I'd be happy to jump in, but I talk a lot.
Go for it, Member LaHood.
I think Member Stein is such an asset to the task force, not only in her role as vice chair, but in her leadership on doing the annual report, which, and I'll say on the record, I apologize for not being able to participate as much this year because of personal things that were happening that took me out of San Francisco. But I just think she does amazing work. She shows great dedication to her work on the task force, and is just a wonderful colleague, and I think a representative working in the public interest to give people access to the records and meetings in accordance with the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act and all other, everything else that we stand here to represent. Thank you.
I think that was a perfect summary. And I don't know who else would do the annual report where you didn't have her. So, Member Schmidt, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and not to slight Chair Yankee in that I didn't say anything about him in substance, but it's my nomination. Yeah, I just want to emphasize with Member Stein the creation of the annual report. It actually is something that I am so impressed by. It's not necessarily a bestseller, but I think it's a mechanism. It's one of the few ways where we actually can set policy information into a permanent form as this task force. I also have worked with Member Stein. I think Member Stein was on my complaint committee from the time she started. And that's just been a superb experience. I feel like I can't imagine someone being more of value and assistance in terms of like getting as good of an answer to questions as we can get. So that's my experience. Definitely recommend it her.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Okay, not seeing any other hands. I think we're ready to move to public comment for that motion.
Individuals in the room who wish to speak on item 5, election of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force officers, nominations, and election of vice chair, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community, press star 3 or raise your hand in the app. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and we have no one at the podium, so I think we're ready to take our vote on this.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor and 3 absences.
Okay, great. I think we're done with that item.
I'm stepping out now.
Okay, so at 5:02, Cheryl, please note that Member Wolf is stepping out. And Member Wolf, you just let us know when you get back.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you. Okay, we can go ahead and move on to item number 6.
Item number 6, Administrators Report, Complaints, and Communications. First off, does anybody have any questions about a specific item? Just want to tell you that we did not include the complaint committee minutes because they were still in draft form. And Administrator Peterson did not feel that it was ready to be published. So that's why they were not included. As far as public communications, we didn't get any this month. So that was out too. So I didn't put those categories on the administrator's report at the end.
Okay, so I think we'll just make sure everyone notes that the complaint committee for May 21st is canceled. And that's noted in your report. I think the chart looks really good. So all the members know, it looks like we've removed the Schulman complaints, which were a lot of the older ones. Ms. Schulman has let us know that she did not want any of her items called until she becomes available. So they're kind of on a pending status. I believe our bylaws give folks 6 months before we just close the complaint. So they're kind of in that pending category. So I think this gives us a better snapshot of what we're really trying to work through. Go ahead, Member Kumar.
I was supposed to join the committee in May, but now since the meeting is canceled, that means I'll be joining in June.
Oh, right,
Just to
yeah.
confirm.
Okay, so yeah, for the record, we can put that in the meeting minutes that Member Kumar is going to be joining the complaint committee.
Yes.
But since we're not meeting in May, we'll do that in June. She'll be a member. And then Member Highland, I think, may have an issue with EOT, so maybe I'll let him speak on that.
Yeah. Point of order. Could members of the public not conduct conversations in the room? Mr. Warfield, if you want to have a conversation, please step out. You're distracting the proceedings. We stay quiet while you talk. We'd appreciate the same. Thank you. Yes, so May 28th, I will not be here. I'm hoping Member Pilpel will be. He is more than able to lead the EOTC, but I think we're only at 2 members.
Yeah, so we're going to need either another permanent member or at least someone to fill in. Because I think, let's see here, I'm going to pull up committees. Yeah, right now it's only member Highland and member Pilpel for EOT, and with member Highland unavailable, we'll need someone who can be at EOT. Member Kumar, did you want to try that one in May just to?
Would that mean I would be on two committees?
It would, no, this would just be for a substitute.
Sure. When is the meeting?
So that would be, let's see, it's in your report here.
The
May
other,
28th.
Chair Yankee, the other option is,
Weekend?
it's the Monday after, it's the Mondays before Memorial Day.
It's the Tuesday after that. It's the
Right.
Tuesday after.
Okay, that should work. Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah.
Another option is, another committee could meet then if they need to, have a pressing need to.
Well, that's a good point too.
I know Member Schmidt was looking for a break there, so I certainly don't want to throw him back under the bus. But if there's another committee that, because our backlog is not that great right now, so we're basically hearing complaints, I think, at that
That's a good
meeting.
point.
Anyway, so
Maybe member LaHood, who's chairs CAC, maybe did CAC want to do another meeting? I know you guys.
Unfortunately, I am out of town that week.
You are,
And
okay.
I missed the last meeting because I had to be away. So,
you want to keep your June date?
as long as the other committee members, I want to keep our June date. Yeah.
Got it.
As the other committee member here, I'd like to keep our June date.
Okay, that sounds good then. Did anyone want to permanently join EOT? Because what we have now is 4 members on complaints, 4 on CAC, but only 2 on EOT.
And
So,
I promise I won't let Bill talk too long. I promise that as chair.
so I don't know if someone wanted to
Oh,
switch.
was member Hill previously on? Is that
Member
why?
Hill was
Okay.
previously on.
Member
Yeah,
Hill
Member
was.
Hill resigned just before last meeting. So that's why we have an opening there.
And I thought the last time we went around, I thought someone put their hand up for EOT, but I can't remember. Would it have been Member Sugarman?
Maybe.
He's on complaint now, but maybe he wanted to switch. Maybe
No, I don't think it was a switch, but I thought someone, because we voiced that we're short
Right.
again when Member Hill stepped down. So, but we'll take any and all help we can get.
Yeah. Oh, if you could talk in the microphone.
Oh, good.
I received an email from Victor.
Mhm.
There is a potential new person that's going to join, I believe, next month. Victor, can you
Oh,
speak
perfect.
on that?
Mr. Young is at a meeting. I don't know that you'll hear a response.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't they join a full task force meeting first and then join a committee
Yeah,
anyway?
exactly. So,
Yeah, this person is a new applicant. And they have submitted their application. So let's see, below is the status application. When term expires 4/27, all members will be on holdover status.
But presumably the Rules Committee would hear all of it, not
I would
just.
presume that we hear all of us.
So, Member Kumar's offer is gratefully accepted. Sounds like EOTC should meet regardless on May 28th.
For substitute, yeah, we're not sending you permanently for it.
Substitute. And then,
Maybe we just revisit it in June.
yeah, and Dave, and Member Pilpel will often count as two members anyway, so I feel comfortable that, hopefully he listens to the recording. I mean that in all good humor, David. So,
Okay.
and he'll be in your capable hands as chair. So there we go. All right.
Okay, so I think the plan for EOT is we'll have member Pilpel chair that committee, and member Kumar will serve as a substitute. So we'll at least have 2 people now, be good enough for that one. And then we'll talk about this in June at our next meeting. Maybe we'll have new members by then. So I think we're good. Anything else from the members on the administrator's report before I open up public comment?
I know we're still a ways out, but I believe there was concern about July 3rd. And I don't know if you want to wait until next month to discuss that, whether there's going to be quorum or if you want to just hold off and wait.
Well, maybe we do a quick informal poll. Now there's only 6 of us here anyways, but is there anyone who would not be available for July 3rd? He's a member LaHood, member Kumar,
Member Anderson.
okay, so I don't think we should be doing that meeting. That's too many that we know.
It's too close. Yeah.
That's too close to not having form. So We could see when we can reschedule. Maybe we could ask our administrators if they could look into when this room might be available in July for us to reschedule, and we can pick from those options in June. Does that sound?
That sounds good, especially Ms. Leger, if you think other meetings at City Hall might be canceled in July where we could maybe take some of those open spots. Yep.
Yeah, so I think tentatively what we're going to do is we're going to plan on canceling the July 3rd meeting. And then Cheryl and Pat, if you guys can use the next month to research with whoever it is that manages this building to see if we can get this room on a different date in July, then we can talk about in June when that date and time might be.
Noted.
Member Kumar, go ahead.
Just confused. Wanted to clarify one thing. So I'll be substituting in EOT in May, and in June I'll be joining the complaints committee.
Yes, you got it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Because ordinarily complaints would have been meeting in May, but they're not. So we're just giving you a practice run first. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Ready for public comment then? Okay. Let's go ahead and open up public comment specifically on the administrator's report. And then after that, we'll do general public comment, which is the next item. I know we have a lot of people who just joined us.
Members in the room who want to speak on item 6, administrator's report, please approach the podium. Online community, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and I don't see anyone here at the podium. So we'll go ahead and close public comment for item number 6 and move on to item number 7.
Item number 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Members in the
Well, go ahead. Go ahead,
Thank
Pat.
you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Members in the room wishing to speak, please approach the podium regarding item 7, public comment. Online community, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. No callers in the online community.
Okay, and we have Mr. Warfield at the podium, so I'll turn it over to Cheryl to let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
Are you ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. There are a number of issues that I would like to touch on. First of all, there was some discussion that I didn't fully understand about your orders of determination on your list today. They're completely opaque with regard to what's going on there. It seems to me that it wouldn't hurt you to have a description about what the matter was about, whether there was an order of determination with a violation or not, basic information. I believe Member Wolf commented on that. I'm not sure he was talking about differences. I wish I knew what that specifically meant with respect to differences in how you're listing them. Also with respect to how you put together your agenda packet, the statement of the case by the administrator and for the agenda is very problematic. And I think in the case that we had, 23034, was very misleading. We did not complain about content of what we received for an IDR. We complained specifically about access under the law without need for an appointment and during business hours. It was very concerning to me that I felt both in the complaint committee, and in the full task force, there seemed to be no effort to probe which story of two separate stories on each of two occurrences, who might be telling the truth, who might be correct, whether there was a likelihood that one party or another might be more likely to be correct. I was there, for example. Nobody was in the office. Margot Schaub certainly was not. You were getting secondhand testimony there. There seemed to be no awareness or interest in the idea that the benefit of the doubt should go to the complainant under the law, all other things being equal. Mr. Mark Sullivan has in previous meetings made comment about the need for burden of proof being on the agency for why they're withholding something or denying somebody's rights, not on the complainant to prove that their case is the right one. And I think those are important things to consider in future proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and I don't see anyone up at the podium, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. A member did let me know that they need to take a quick break. Okay, we'll do like a 5 to 10 minute recess here because we have just bare minimum quorum. If any of our members gets up, that breaks quorum until Member Wolf returns. So we're going to do a 5 to 10 minute recess, and when we return, we will be on item number 8, which is file 23007. We'll start hearing complaints. So let's say 5:25 to get back. Okay. And Cheryl, if you can turn off the microphones. Okay, so we are back on the record at 5:26, and Cheryl, if you can call item number 8.
Item number 8, file number 23007, complaint filed by Pick Van Cleef against the Planning Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7-1 as in cat for failing to properly notice a public notice, for failure to inform the residents of the proposal, the length of time planned for the activity, and the effect of the proposal or activity, and by failing to state that persons who are unable to attend public meetings or hearing may submit to the city by the time the proceeding begins written comments regarding the subject of the meeting or hearing, that these comments will be made a part of the official record. On April 18, 2023, the Complaint Committee moved to find the task force's jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force because the parties produced evidence that might indicate the actual size of the document on the door and produce any and all affidavits of posting and mailing the notice, reference made to Planning Code 333 and Administrative Code 91.7 for hearing.
Okay, let's just make sure the parties are here. So you're Mr. Van Cleef?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And then do we have
Jonas
someone?
I'm sorry. Jonas Ionin is here from the Planning Department.
Okay, excellent. So looks like the parties are here, and this went to the Complaint Committee. So I will turn it over to Member Schmidt as the chair of that committee to give us a quick summary, and then we'll have you begin presenting. So Member Schmidt?
Yes, I can't tell you exactly what actually was done in the committee, but I don't quite understand when I read the agenda, that language there. I didn't look back at exactly what we wanted to say, but I can't imagine it was what is in the agenda today. However, this is my look at the case. I think it boils down to three allegations of violating part of the sunshine ordinance's augmentations of the Brown Act, located at 67.71. First is the contention that the use of the word cannabis is improper in the notice that is the subject here, because a lot of the people in the community would be confused by the use of the word cannabis as opposed to the word marijuana. The second claim is that the notice that was posted at, I think it was 4835 Mission, it was only posted as to the first page, but the second page, because it was on the back side, was omitted from being put out there to the public. And that would violate 67.71C. The third possible allegation, I'm not quite sure if this is being pursued, and I'm not sure exactly how it would violate the law, was that there should be more content to this notice in terms of putting it into other languages in the notification, because of those people who live in the community who speak those other languages. That's my assessment of the case. Other members who would have been at the meeting are not here today, so
Okay.
that's all you get.
Sounds good. Thank you, Member Schmidt. Before we begin, Mr. Van Cleef or Mr. Ionin, do either of you have any parties or witnesses that are going to be presenting along with you?
I do not have
You do
any to present in that respect. Thank you.
Figure it's easier for me to ask at the beginning than call for it every time. And then, Mr. Ionin, do you have anyone who's going to be a witness for you?
No.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so the way this is going to work is, Mr. Van Cleef, you'll have 5 minutes to present. Then we'll give 5 minutes to Mr. Ionin. The task force may have questions for either you or the respondent. After that question and answer period is concluded, Mr. Ionin will have 3 minutes as the respondent to give a rebuttal. Then you'll have the final 3 minutes if you'd like that. And then at that point, the task force will deliberate, formulate a motion. That's how we'll go ahead and finish this case up. Okay?
Very good.
So Cheryl will let you know when your first 5 minutes for your presentation can begin. So I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
Are you ready to begin speaking?
I am ready. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So my name is Pick Van Cleef. Just from listening shortly here, I can see you're all very educated people. This is usually not what I do for a living, but I'm part of a group that I guess you could call us neighborhood activists, although that sometimes has negative connotations. But we are people that live in the neighborhood and we are concerned about the neighborhood and the neighborhood going in the proper direction. That being said, this particular matter was brought to my attention by one of my neighbors, both of which, that particular neighbor, she and I, live within 300 feet of the place that they want to open a particular store. And I think we get more say on some particular level in terms of being notified. So that neighbor brought the matter to my attention. The proprietors or the proposed proprietors of the store want to open yet another marijuana or cannabis dispensary in the neighborhood, of which we have several, and several more are slated to come down along the pipeline. So I was concerned when the neighbor brought this to my attention because I had not been notified, or I was not aware that I had been notified. And when I went back and did some research with the planning department, they were not able to produce any documentations to verify that my particular address was in fact notified. And when I canvassed the neighborhood, I found that there were actually quite a few other neighbors that were not notified. And this this was a concern of mine, that there should be, within the immediate proximity of this store, less than 300 feet, that there were so many people not notified. I also wondered about the rest of the entirety of the neighborhood, if proper notification was given. And when I helped to compose this team, we found that more often than not, proper notification was not made. I also found out a little bit more about my neighborhood, which I guess is a good result, that demographically, I'm going to try not to be, well, there's a lot of Spanish-speaking people and people who speak Chinese. And they weren't apparently notified properly. And a good number of the people I spoke to who happen to speak these languages were also not favoring this particular store to be coming in. And I'm not necessarily opposed to cannabis or marijuana use. I don't particularly use it myself, but I am concerned about the proximity to the preschools and the high schools that are in the neighborhood, and the owners, or the proposed owners for the new establishment, didn't really have a way of with solidification to keep potential high school students from purchasing marijuana. So I'd like to speak on some of the violations that I noticed in what was posted. And from what I did see, they had a posting, and it had the correct poster size. I believe it was 11 by 14. But what it did not contain was, well, Mr. Schmidt kind of hit the marks pretty concisely, that marijuana was, I have found that to be considered the more popular vernacular in the English language. And the term cannabis threw a lot of people. I only started knowing what that meant about 10 years ago myself. I've always known it as marijuana. So that was something. The other thing is that it was not displayed in the languages, or in Spanish and Chinese, or Tagalog for that matter, the Filipino language. And that was a concern of mine, because I understand the demographics of people who are not regular English speakers in that neighborhood comprise about 69 to 70%. So I'm thinking, conceivably, this only hit 30% of the people who are in the neighborhood, if they, in fact, even received it themselves. And that was a concern of mine. I think, so I spoke on that. Plain English. Oh, yes. And then where it was noted where people can, this is a very big one, the back portion of the notice wasn't posted. So it shows if someone cannot attend these meetings where they can write to or call, and no one would even know these numbers or places to call if that information is not posted, which is a concern to mine. I would hope it would be a concern to this group as well.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have Mr. Ionin now for 5 minutes, and we may get back to you with some questions. So Cheryl, if you could let Mr. Ionin know
Thank
when
you.
we can begin.
Mr. Ionin, are you ready to begin speaking?
Sure. Good evening, committee members. Jonas Ionin for the Planning Department. I mean, the term cannabis versus marijuana, the planning code uses the term cannabis. The Office of Cannabis is called the Office of Cannabis. I guess I can appreciate that maybe marijuana is a more of a layman terms, but I mean, there are other names used for cannabis on the street that might be more familiar with some people as well. So I'm not sure how to really respond to that. I think if people were confused, all of our notices and postings provide email addresses and phone numbers to persons who are passing by, or provided mailed notices that if there was any confusion, they were able and provided with the appropriate information to find out more about what was being proposed at this location. All of our notices, both mailed and posted, include the required foreign languages indicating and providing a phone number for which they can call to be provided with additional information in their language that they are more fluent in. As far as being notified of the opportunity for written comments to be submitted, that is on our mailed notices and on the Planning Commission agenda, which is sent out and posted. Our practice is not to post the backside of our mailed notice. So Mr. Van Cleef is correct in that the backside of the poster was not posted on the site, but that just hasn't been our practice. And as far as I know, we've never experienced any issues with that. To the contention that members of the neighborhood were not aware, I mean, I would only say that at the hearing, I can't say it was Mr. Van Cleef himself, but some member of the public referred to a petition that was signed by a large number of the neighbors in opposition to this. I can appreciate Mr. Van Cleef and his neighbors' opposition to a particular type of use going into his neighborhood that may not be deemed desirable by some people. But the last thing I'll say about the notices is that for conditional use authorizations, the required notification is 150 feet to owners and residents from the subject property, which was mailed. I have a list, and it's available on our planning information, our property information map to any member of the public, including yourselves, committee members, if you want to look at it. I downloaded. I didn't see Mr. Van Cleef's name, but I don't know if he's an owner or a renter. If people are not owners, it's just resident, and then the addresses of that. If he's outside of the 150-foot radius that is required notice, then he would not have received it. This is an old case. I'm not certain whether or not the 311 building permit application notification was incorporated in this, where it would have been 300 feet. But for conditional uses, the requirement is 150 feet. Again, I sympathize with Mr. Van Cleef's issue with the fact that this project was approved, but from what I can see in our documents, all of our procedures and practices were followed. All of the Sunshine Ordinance requirements were met, and I guess I'll just rest there.
Okay, thank you. Members, do we have any questions on this? Go ahead, Member Kumar.
So, according to section 67.71, the residents need to be informed in plain, easily understood English. So I just want to understand that notice that was sent out to the residents, did that, even though you're using the word cannabis, was there any indication that there's something is opening in the area that might affect their daily life? Like, I just want to understand what was written in the thing that went out that Mr. Van Cliff is saying he didn't get.
Yeah, let me read it to you, because I think it's, even if you don't understand the word cannabis, there was an indication regarding smoking and vaporizing. So let me just read the project description, which was on the posted notice and the mailed notice that was sent and posted. Again, this is the project description with the address of the site posted on the site, and this is the project description. The proposal is for a conditional use authorization pursuant to Planning Code Sections 202.2, 303, and 720 to establish an approximately 1,300 square foot cannabis retail use on the first floor of the subject property within the Excelsior Outer Mission Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District and 40X Height and Bulk District. The project does not include a request for authorization of on-site smoking or vaporizing of cannabis products. And there's another line associated with CEQA, but that is generally the project description.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question for Mr. Van Cleef. In your presentation, you talked about that the notice should have been made in other languages. Where in the Sunshine Ordinance, what section of the Sunshine Ordinance are you saying the fact that it did not appear in other languages? Where did that violate? Because 67.7-1 says it shall be in brief, concise, and written in plain, easily understood English. I don't see in that particular section something about it being translated into other languages.
Well, I also don't have that right in front of me. I'm not usually the person who does all our research for our team. However, I believe the gentleman who is calling in just said that these documents are available in the foreign languages and that they post them. Or did I mishear that?
You misheard what I said.
He didn't say that they post them. He said that, and I think it's on the other side, which would be available to people who receive it in the mail, that says in the different languages, here's where to go, here's where to call or go to get information in these languages.
It's actually on the front page of the poster and the mail notices.
So, if it is on the rear side,
It's not on the rear side, it's on the front side.
He said it's on the front. That was me misspeaking.
Oh, okay. Well,
you omitted that portion in your submittal.
I can put this.
The reason I'm asking is there may be requirements about certain documents being in different languages and being available, but we can only, in this body, focus on what's in the Sunshine Ordinance. So if there's something in the planning code that says it needs to be in a different language, that's beyond our jurisdiction. So unless it's in the Sunshine Ordinance about something being in a different language, you may or may not be right, but that's not something we can consider. So that's why I was asking if you have a specific reference in the Sunshine Ordinance.
I can understand that. I can't present that to you right now.
Okay.
But what I can do is, with respect to what you were saying about the clear, concise English, is I believe Ms. Kumar spoke on it. Most people know it as marijuana, to my knowledge. And so simple, plain, and concise English, I think I have in section 67.7 right here. So if somebody's seeing cannabis and they don't know what that means, that means nothing to them. That doesn't mean anything. If something is saying a whole body of, and it's in a language that you don't even understand, it means nothing to that person. And if it says in their own particular language, you can call here for more information. They still don't know what that whole body, that could be a crosswalk going in. They have no idea.
I understand your contention. Yeah, I was referring to the part about being another language.
Thank you.
So I think you answered that. Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Question to Mr. Van Cleef. You were just saying something about they don't understand. Who are these people who don't understand, and how do you know?
Well, some of them people, or the people that are in the group that I was a part of volunteering on, and some of the people are people in the neighborhoods when we knocked door to door. Within the 150 feet, we went beyond, within 300 feet, and we went beyond that into the next blocks. Many of the people had no idea that a store, and English-speaking people as well, had no idea that this store was proposed. And when we were speaking to a lot of them didn't know what cannabis was. We had to go about, it also means marijuana. Finally, and that's what I meant by they, people of the neighborhood, English and non-English speaking people, if that means anything or helps to clarify anything.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Member Kumar.
Yeah, I'm curious. You said that some of the members in that neighborhood, like who are 150 feet away, didn't get the letter. Did they actually, did you clarify that they actually didn't get anything in their mail, or how many levels of interrogations did you do? I'm trying to understand how you came to the conclusion that they didn't get the letters from the Planning Commission.
We had one of the people in our group. I'm personally a renter, and the person who I rent from lives within the 150, and another person also lives in the 150. The person I rent from and the neighbor are both property owners, and they both did not receive the notice. And we knocked on doors of other property owners, and I think we had to go a block and a half. No, not a block. We had to go back to the block of Mission before we found one person that was actually notified. And that was within 2 or 3 feet of the proposed store. So the majority of the people weren't notified properly. This came up at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and I believe Safai brought the person up who was intending to open the store and gave a little bit, hey, we see that you didn't follow all the proper procedures, but I need you to agree today that you will going forward. And they said yes, and that was deemed acceptable for whatever reason. But yes, I spoke to face, as if I were to be knocking on your door and I was a stranger, and I'd explain the information to you with all due respect.
That brings me to my next question for the planning department. Did you receive confirmations that the letters were received? Like anything from UPS, USPS, anything?
Well, we don't send them registered mail, so no one has to sign for them. That would be a significant burden on notices throughout San Francisco. But
there's no accountability for, you don't know whether it got delivered or not. Like, you sent it out, did it get delivered? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, again, we did not mail them registered mail where someone actually had to physically sign for them that they received it. So no, there's no ability to confirm that they were actually delivered by the U.S. Mail Service. But we do have affidavits, and we have a mailing list of persons that were, I guess, allegedly sent the mailed notice, and their addresses. We can't speak to how many people ignore their mail, or if any number of them were lost in the mail. I believe our standard is that if it's demonstrated that more than 20% of the mailed notices were not delivered, then we would reissue a notice. But unless it reaches that threshold and it's demonstrated that way, then it's deemed to be adequate.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Yankee.
Go ahead.
Member Highland here. I just want to bring the task force back to what's in front of us, which is 67.7-1. A and B. And I believe that this notice satisfies both of those requirements. The question about languages, the questions about did the planning department do the other things that it's supposed to do is not within our purview. So our scope is very narrow here, and I don't see anything that compels me to see any kind of violation outside of that. But I'll hold that till after rebuttals.
Any other questions from the members before we get to rebuttals? Good. Okay. So we're going to do rebuttals. So we'll have the respondent, Mr. Ionin, go first. He'll have 3 minutes, and Mr. Van Cleef, you'll have 3 minutes as well after, you'll have the conclusion.
No rebuttal.
Okay. So Mr. Van Cleef, he didn't have a rebuttal, so you can have up to 3 minutes if you'd like.
That was fast. Yes. Yeah. Well, so, yeah, it's threw me for a little bit of a loop. But so I guess we're concentrating on this 67-C, and I guess it's been deemed that cannabis is now generally the term that everybody should be knowing, because I've heard that it sounded like Mr. Highland was saying that he doesn't see any violations. That being said, there's still a large group of people that happen to not agree with this, and I think it would be. I would think it would be a concern that, well, I see I'm a small guy here. I get that, and so is our group. And but there are still rules, and we believe that the rules haven't been followed properly. And if they're not going to be, I'm almost thinking, what's the point of even having the rules? I took a small group of people where I work. I work with mostly Spanish-speaking people, and not just there's a lot of them that happen to be with Mexican background, but there's other Spanish. But there's a Guatemalan person, there's a Puerto Rican person. So I was asking them about. I didn't want to use the term marijuana, so I said, "What's that thing that you guys smoke?" And they came up with all these things, and not one of them mentioned cannabis. And then I brought up, "Are you familiar with cannabis?" And a lot of them weren't sure, and that went precisely to my point. That wasn't plain, easily understood English. So I've been told that cannabis is considered more of a scientific term. The gentleman on the line mentioned that it's not their practice to put up the backside of the notice, which they did not. But it's still information that is quite relevant to people if they intend to call somebody or contact them. The phone numbers weren't presented. I have if you want to review this, you're welcome to review this. I have the hearing notice here. I think it's dangerous when we start going to the area that we're not listening to some of the residents and the constituents. I understand that the outcome's probably going to be the same, but I think that's something that should be considered by this group. But I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on the matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Cleef. Okay, Member Schmidt.
Quick question for Mr. Ionin. Could you just confirm to me, I think it's in the file, but the mailing here to the residents or owners within 150 feet, you've got that documented properly, correct?
Indeed, it's available on our, as I previously stated, on our webpage.
Yeah.
A property information map as related documents to this particular project, and anybody can look it up.
Okay, so the mailing is not a problem here, according to the standards that you set forth, which is first class mailing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other members? I'll go. I'm sorry. Did you have something, Member Moore?
You go ahead.
Okay. I think a lot of what Member Highland brought up is good to keep in mind. The only thing I guess that concerned me out of hearing all this was the fact that the backside was not shown when this was posted in locations, since the backside is the part that satisfies the requirements of 67.7-1C, which is about where to send written public comments. And I think if everyone looks to PDF page 21, I'm not sure if there's a notation at the bottom of the page. That's what's located on the back side of the notice. So that would be my only concern from this, is the backside wasn't posted. And I think that's something maybe going forward that would be beneficial for the planning department to do. So those are my thoughts.
I just want to add.
Kumar?
The reason I was interrogating about the mailing was because in C, it's saying that if the notice informed the public of a meeting. So my concern was, if in this case there isn't, but if there was a call for a meeting, then if the residents haven't been notified, they wouldn't have turned up. So that's the reason I was interrogating. But I agree with Member Highland that it doesn't, this particular case, especially with language and everything, wouldn't really fall under A and B.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, I want to acknowledge Mr. Van Cleef's efforts to make sure that people in his neighborhood understand what's going on. And I think hearing this and having the city hear how difficult it is sometimes for people to understand. I do believe the city, right, it's not registered mail. We don't know. And we also know that sometimes people get something that looks official, they scan it, and unless they see something that's immediately relevant, they're tossing it. So some of the explanation of people not being aware may be due to that. But I think Mr. Van Cleef does bring up an important issue about language and access that I don't think anything was violated here. And when I looked closely at the images, I do see it is in about 4 different languages at the bottom with the phone number. But it would be difficult for people to know if they should call, because the city hasn't done aggressive outreach in communities where the primary language spoken may not be English. So I think it's important to raise that, but I don't necessarily see a violation here on this issue, on this matter, that is under the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction.
Thank you, Member LaHood. Member Schmidt?
I'm pretty much where everyone else who's spoken is. If we took what Member Highland says and what Chair Yankee says, because the one thing that I think is problematic is the practice of not posting page 2. I don't get it. I don't understand. That's part of the notice. So if that's it's something that needs to be mailed and it has to be posted, it seems like you need to mail and post the same thing. And so that's where I am on this. I understand that cannabis and the idea of, looking at the languages spoken in the neighborhood are serious issues in this kind of neighborhood. I just don't see that the law as set forth in the ordinance or even in state law, it comes into play here. I don't see it. I think they clearly require the English language in this circumstance.
Yeah, I don't know what everyone thinks. I would be comfortable in this situation, finding a violation for the limited reason of not posting the back side of the notice, which would be required to satisfy subsection 3, because that does have the language that you need for that subsection.
C, you mean?
C, yeah. So that'd be 67.7-1C.
Yeah, I could get behind that.
I can support that.
If they're already posting one page, either make it all one page.
Yeah, I think
page or post 2 pages.
Right. I think Member Schmidt's right. If you're going to post it, why not post everything? Particularly when it's not superfluous information on the second page. It's actual information that's necessary to comply with the ordinance. So with that said, all right, I'll make a motion to find a violation of 67.7-1C for not posting the backside of the notice which contained information relevant to subsection C.
Member Highland seconds.
Okay, so seconded by Member Highland. Any discussion, members, on that motion? If
Yeah,
not-
I'm going to ask you to state it again because computer's getting a little,
Okay, let me know when you're ready, Cheryl.
yeah. 67-1.
67.67.7-1C
Got it.
for not posting the backside of the notice,
Page 2 of the notice.
page 2 of the notice, which contained the information relevant or required by subsection C. You good? Okay.
And who second?
Member Highland did. Right? Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Individuals in room 408 wishing to speak on item 8, file number 23007, please approach the podium to make public comment. If you're in the online community, press star 3 or raise your hand using the app. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and I don't see anyone here at the podium, so I think we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that.
Chair Yankee?
What? Do you have something?
No.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, you want to say?
did you have something?
Yeah.
I would, this is the Deputy City Attorney speaking. I would only note that subsection A of 67.7-1 provides or sets forth requirements for what a public notice shall state. And it states that the notice shall be mailed, posted, or published in the disjunctive. And it sets forth the requirements for what the notice that is mailed shall state. And it states that it shall state a brief, concise, and written. It shall inform those residents of a matter that may impact their property or that the neighborhood area shall be brief, concise, and written in plain English, easily understood English. So that's the requirements for what the mailing shall state. There's also a requirement in subsection C about notice of a public hearing, but it does not state in subsection C whether that notice shall be mailed or posted. And so arguably, so long as the notice is that provides information about the public meeting is mailed, the Sunshine Ordinance is satisfied.
Hold on. Section A says any notice that is, so any notice that is mailed, posted, or published has to have these things. So it's not that a notice is mailed, posted, or published. It's any notice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you. I'm of the opinion that whether or not it has to be mailed, posted, or published is probably outside of our purview, and there's
Right.
probably a whole bunch of rules and various.
But it needs to meet those requirements.
But if it is right, but if
Yeah.
it is done with one, then it has to meet these requirements. So I think as far as our limited, obviously it got posted, right? I mean, there's photographic evidence. So someone decided it has to get posted. So whether or not it had to, I don't know, but it certainly appears that someone felt it had to get posted because there's pictures of it on doors in our evidence packet. I don't know what everyone else thinks. I'm kind of along the lines of what Member Levitt thinks. I'm not.
Yeah.
I tend to think that if it got posted, there's probably a reason it got posted, and if so, it needs to have the parts that are required by subsection 3 or subsection C rather.
Member Schmidt, I tend to agree with Chair Yankee on this. Yet I appreciate hearing from council. The concern I have most here is that this is a practice of not putting the second page on postings. And I don't know how widespread that practice is. It doesn't seem, it doesn't quite make sense to me, this practice. It seems like they could take whatever's required and simply put it onto the first page. And they, you could take a look at 7.71 and figure out what you have to do to satisfy. But there is an element that's on that back page that is required by C. And so I think this practice is just, it doesn't meet muster here. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, adding to that, and I absolutely remember Schmidt, I think when it's kind of one of those, which way do we lean? We've heard testimony before that I think we need to lean towards more notice, the side of more disclosure, when there's kind of one of those, which way could it go? And I think for me, that's what's pushing me to say, hey, I think this really does need to have both sides if you're going to post it.
Excellent point.
Member Highland. And if you look on page 6, the photograph of the posting on the door, that's an oversized piece of paper. You could get all the information on that size piece of paper. And then this is not an issue. I mean, that's a no-brainer right there.
Member Kumar, did I see your hand too?
Yeah, might be nitpicking too much here, but in B, it says that the notice should inform residents of the proposal or planned activity, the length of time planned for the activity, the effect of the proposal or activity. So I see that the notice does say what the planned activity is, but doesn't really specify the length. So my question is, because we have the and here instead of an or, does it mean that every notice should have all these things?
My understanding, and someone jump in if I'm wrong, is this is just very basic requirements on noticing. So let's say there's a notice of like sewer repair, right? In my neighborhood, it's constant ongoing. That they would have to say something like from March 1st to March 31st, right? That's when we plan to do it. But I'm not sure that every notice has a time frame that something's happening, right? This is written, I think, very generically to apply to a variety of city notices that might go out that may or may not have lengths of time. So I think if it is one of those that something's happening during a length of time, then that would apply. But I'm not sure a permit for a business opening is like a time period thing.
Right. This one is specifically about a meeting. And subsection C is the requirement for if this notice informs the public of a public meeting or hearing, which is exactly what this one does, so that we know C applies to this one. And because it needs to, the notice will state that persons who are unable to attend the meeting may submit to the city, blah, 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 blah. All of those things are on the back side. Yeah. And that wasn't posted. It was not in the posted version, even though we know it went in the mailed version. So.
I have a question for planning. Mr. Iona? Is he there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. Member Anderson, I have a quick question. You indicate that normally you don't post the back page of these notices. Has planning been asked in the past to post the back page? And now that it appears because of, again, the way the Sunshine Ordinance is written, is there any problem with you now posting the back page when you put up a notice?
So, I mean, we've sort of done roundtable discussions about posters and whatnot. And what we found is that if you inundate members of the public who are passing by a property with too many words, where they have to, where on first glance, it's obvious to them that it's going to take them some time to digest and read through everything, that less is more sometimes. I mean, the whole purpose of the posted notice is to indicate on the subject property to passerbyers who may not receive the mailed notice, who may not live within 150 or 300 feet of the subject property, but may just be neighbors or people who frequent the neighborhood and retail uses along that corridor, for them to understand and get a sense that something's happening here. Having said that, we've never, as I previously stated, had any indication that the back side of the notice should be provided to members of the public. And having said that, I mean, fair enough. The information is on the front side of the notice: the email address, the phone number of the planner who is handling it, the email address and the phone number of the project sponsor who is applying for the conditional use authorization is on the posted notice. All of that information is there. So what I will take back from this hearing is to just simply add a line above the planner's name, number, and email address, that if you're not able to attend the hearing, that you can send in written notice. And I think that should comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. It's a one additional line that shouldn't then inundate the poster with too much more information, rather than the entire backside, which is sort of the small print, so to speak, of required notice information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. And I think that gets to the point that we're all trying to make. I think there's that one sentence or paragraph that's on the backside that's actually a legal requirement. If that got moved to the front page, I think that would solve the problem. Then you wouldn't have to post the backside. Because I think that's a fair point too, as long as what's posted includes all the parts that are required by the Sunshine Ordinance. I think. Okay, I think we're at a vote. Are we ready for that, everyone? Okay, so let's go ahead and call the roll on that motion.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf? Still absent? Member Wolf, absent. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. 2, 3, 6 in favor.
Okay, 6 in favor. I think we're good on this one. So thank you, Mr. Van Cleef. I think you've made some small change, but I think the planning department will, at least change their practices in some way. So thank you for coming, and thank you, Mr. Ionin, for your cooperation as well tonight. All right. That's right, exactly. Okay, I think we're ready for item number 9.
Item number 9, file number 23030. Complaint filed by Michael Turon against the Assessor Recorder's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum. California Public Records Act 6253B as in boy by failing to provide exact copies of records. California Public Records Act 6253.9 by failing to provide the electronic format in which you hold the information. California Public Records Act 6254.5 by withholding exemptions already waived by providing the records to the public before this request. On February 7, 2024, the Compliance and Amendments Committee heard the matter and moved to find the task force has jurisdiction, the records of public, and refer the matter to the task force for a hearing.
Okay. So before I go to Member LaHood for a summary, let's just make sure everyone's here. Is Mr. Turon either here in the room or online?
Mr. Turon is present. Do we have any members from the Assessor Recorder's Office in the online community? If so, please raise your hand.
It looks like they're in the in-person community.
Thank you.
And Mr. Turon, do you intend to call any witnesses to testify on your behalf as well? Or is it just going to be you?
No.
Just you? Okay, and who do we have from the Assessor Recorder's Office?
Can you speak in the microphone?
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, come out.
Derek Onen from the Office of the Assessor Recorder. I do have our Deputy Director of Operations joining me here,
Okay.
Mr. Juan Carlos Cantino. I'm not quite sure if he'll step to the podium, but he's just here.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. All right, so I think you guys saw how the prior one went, so we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Turon. He'll have 5 minutes to make his presentation.
Thank you, members of the task force. Today, I'm presenting 3 critical issues summarized in page 94 of the packet for this case concerning the city's standards and their application to this public request, records request. First issue is around accessibility of documents. The request involves documents typically provided to new employees within the assessor recorder's office. If these documents are routinely accessible, they should clearly meet the criteria of quote unquote simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable requests under Administrative Code section 67.25a. This classification impacts whether the request is handled as an immediate disclosure request or a standard records request. Second, the classification and timeliness of this request. Regardless of the request's classification as an IDR or standard records request, the response time was over 11 months. The original request was filed on November 18th, 2022, and was only deemed complete by the department via email on October 24th, 2023, far exceeding even the extended permissible timelines with extensions. This delay raises concerns about adherence to mandated transparency protocols and response deadlines. Third, exemptions and withholding of records. The department withheld 5 documents citing specific examples. However, under Administrative Code section 67.26, such exceptions require a separate and qualified person to determine if the exception to withhold documents exists, i.e. the city attorney. A procedure, as shown in the evidence, it doesn't seem like this was followed. And moreover, the city attorney's November 2021 memo regarding IDRs and record requests explicitly states that departments can no longer use the general balance test to withhold records. These points suggest not only procedural noncompliance, but also broader issues of transparency and accountability that should be addressed. I look forward to discussing these matters thoroughly to ensure that our city upholds the principles of the Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Records Act. I also like to quickly highlight an important aspect that came up in the initial hearing back in February. According to the city attorney's office memo dated November 16, 2021, which I'll provide a public link to in the chat, any request that does not meet the criteria of an immediate disclosure request needs to be treated as a standard records request. Therefore, if the committee determines that this request did not qualify as an IDR, the response deadlines for a standard records request should apply. Thank you. I'll be here to answer any of your guys' questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tarrant. And now we'll have 5 minutes for the assessor recorder.
Hello. Before we begin the time, I just want to ask. So, looking back at kind of our last committee hearing, I put together some talking points. I'm mindful of the 5-minute limit. I just asked that I have a lot of information to go through. If I just go a little bit over, I don't expect anything over, a minute over the 5 minutes. Would I be allowed to finish, or because I know at the last I was cut off?
We keep it pretty strict just to give fairness to everyone. So I would touch on the most high level points that are necessary. And if we have follow-up questions, we can ask you about those later.
Okay. All right. Then with that, I'm ready to begin. Let me know when that timer starts.
Bureau will let you know.
Okay, so to begin, I want to clearly distinguish between 2 types of requests that are handled by our office. 1, Sunshine. Second, requests that are requested under the California Revenue and Taxation Code 408. This is usually coming from taxpayers who are seeking documents that are not publicly available. And for this reason, we take pains to make it clear to the requester if we are responding to their request as a Public Records Act or under the Revenue and Taxation Code 408. So first, I want to call to your attention Section 408 subdivision A of the state code that directs any information and records in the assessor's office that is not required by law to be kept or prepared by the assessor are not public documents and shall not be open to public inspection. California courts have rejected attempts to narrowly interpret this broad statutory exemption in Section 408, and even in cases where the underlying records do not contain confidential information. And to quote from the court in one such case, the statute places exemption from public inspection on the fact that the law does not require the records to be kept, not upon confidentiality. So now moving to Mr. Tehran's request, our office received his immediate disclosure request on November 18 of 2022. The request was clearly put under a PRA request, and because Mr. Tehran labeled his request as immediate disclosure, on November 22nd, we sent an initial response, 1, confirming that the responsive records exist, and 2, we acknowledged his request for our office to produce these records on a rolling basis with a projected first response date on or before December 9 of 2022. Mr. Tehran's initial request sought any and all policy and operational records for this San Francisco Office of the Assessor Recorder. This is without limits or any prioritization. His request, it does include examples, but it's not limited to these examples, nor does it prioritize these examples, covering a vast set of records spanning every division in our office. Further compounding the enormity of this request is the fact that it was the first of its kind, requiring a true start to finish process for searching for, collecting, and examining the responsive record, and given the aspects of this request, so to respond as most timely and complete manner as possible, our office endeavored to work together with Mr. Tehran to better understand his requests. On December 20, Mr. Tehran indicated his belief that his initial request describes an identifiable record or records. He did not offer further guidance, but he requested that we also include our employee expense and travel policy, specifically around time tracking. And he also stated his belief that a majority of these records should be onboarding material and training material that the department provides to new assessors and new managers in the department. In response, we elected an appropriate extension and produced the first set of records on January 13 of 2023, which did include our organizational chart and annual report. And at the time, we also indicated that we would continue to produce records on a rolling basis, taking into consideration the appropriate balance of resources needed to respond to the request and the department needs to fulfill its other responsibilities. On January 22 of 2023, in addition to his initial request on November 18 and his additional specific documents requested on December 20, Mr. Tehran further requested both a copy of our employee handbook and our professional code of conduct as part of the rolling response. On March 10, 13, 20, and 22, we produced 4 additional sets of records, including the specific records Mr. Tehran identified on December 20 and January 22 of 2023, the latter roughly 5 business days after the records were clearly prioritized by Mr. Tehran in March. And lastly, on October 24th of 2023, it did take us an additional 7 months to gather, review, and examine the last set of 35 responsive records, but this was due to the complexity of the examination and the redaction process. These final 35 records brings our grand total to 229 records, which 106 were produced with no redactions, 24 with redactions and citations, and 99 documents withheld. But throughout our correspondence with Mr. Tehran, we informed him that certain records with the assessor are not public documents, thus not open to public inspection. An assessor may not disclose such documents or information to a member of the public, even if the purpose of disclosure is to oversee the operation of the assessment process. This broad Section 408A prohibition from disclosure is statutory, reflecting an express policy decision of the state legislator, and has been recognized by the California courts as such. Many assessor and recorder tax records are also confidential official information under California Government Code Section 7927.705, as well as the California Government Evidence Code Section 1040, therefore making them exempt from disclosure. Under these various state codes, we have a state constitutional duty to keep these records confidential. In closing, the policy documents are not being disclosed because they contain confidential information related to the internal functions of the Assessor Recorder's Office regarding investigations, reviews, audits, including information about how or when taxpayers are.
Thank you, Mr. Nin.
Okay, I will end there.
Thank you. Member LaHood?
I'd like to ask Mr. Anin to proceed because I am interested in which policy documents are not being disclosed and why.
Okay, so continue with my
I think your continuation would answer my question, which is why some policy documents, which from our perspective should absolutely be disclosed because they don't contain personal information about individuals. It's about policies and procedures. So if you could explain why you think you don't need to disclose those documents, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so I'll just take it from that last sentence. So these policy documents are not being disclosed because they contain confidential information related to the internal functions of the Assessor Recorder's Office regarding the investigation, review, and audits, including information about how or when taxpayers are selected for scrutiny, review, or audit. This interest in keeping this information confidential is paramount in the tax contents because much of tax compliance is voluntary and based on self-reporting. If the policy documents were disclosed to the public, it would compromise the effectiveness of the investigation, review, and audits conducted by our office because taxpayers could devise methods to avoid the detection of their failure to timely pay assessed taxes. To the best of my knowledge, the information and material contained in these documents not being disclosed was created and has been maintained as confidential. And that's how I want.
I find this totally fascinating, and I'd like to know what other members of the task force think about it.
Before we get there, Member Highland here, and this is a note to our administrators. The original IDR appears on page 238 of 259. Please, please, please have the original request front and center, right at the very top. Index it accordingly. It can reappear in the timeline later on down below like it does here, but we really need to focus right away on that original document. And I know we've asked for this in the past, so if you guys could please make a note. And we're not talking about our intake form. We're not talking about anything else. We're talking about the original request in the format that it appeared in. Thank you.
It's also on page 21. But good point. I had to search for it. So it might be easier just to scroll to page 21. I brought that up. Member Hood, were you?
I just think this is a really interesting position because I would think, in terms of policies and procedures and, it seems to me that the policy records and the kinds of documents that were requested in the initial request, and I understand why it did take a little bit of back and forth to figure out exactly what was being asked for, but the withholding of these particular documents, I think raises a very interesting question because on the one hand, I think, well, of course this should be available to the public, but I also see the position of the Assessor Recorder's Office that how it could inhibit them from doing their job. And I don't know what the answer is. And I would like to hear what others think and perhaps some guidance from our city attorney. But I just think it's a very interesting question.
Yeah, maybe our DCA's here. Maybe you can speak to the applicability of, and it's odd that we're looking at a revenue taxation code for, information about what's disclosable and what's not. It would make sense for 408 to apply to a lot of the, records and such that would be about assessment records and personal information and all that, right? Information on people's property, but that doesn't seem to be really the extent of what's being asked for here. So maybe our DCA can offer some insight onto how broad are the exemptions in RNT 408. Like if they made, like, let's say a poster that just talked about their office hours, could they theoretically not disclose that under? Does it give across the board, like we don't have to respond to PRAs?
The city attorney would like additional time to research this issue because I think it does present an interesting legal question. There are several exemptions presented in at least the Public Records Act, some of which are recognized in the Sunshine Ordinance, including trade secrets. It would be interesting to see whether or not this fell within that trade secret provision. I would need additional time to do legal research on that.
Is that what you're trying to see from Mark?
Just to say, yeah. I don't know if he's with it.
Yeah.
Don't everyone else can.
Do you think that would be something that if we were to, let's say, put this case on hold for now and came back later in the meeting, or are you thinking that you might need to prepare a memo for us and need time outside of this meeting to research?
My preference would be to prepare a memorandum for the committee, which I don't think that I could do this evening, given what I have in front of me.
Right. So members, do you have something, Member Schmidt?
Well, go ahead, but I want a chance to ask some questions.
Sure.
Before you're done.
Yeah. I mean, defer to you. Go ahead.
Okay, you started your presentation by discussing two types of document requests. I was a little bit sort of fazed by why exactly you were telling me about the other, or which kind did you treat this request as?
We treated it as a PRA, and
Okay.
later on I said it was clear that he was requesting under PRA or under Sunshine. He wasn't requesting as an SSE, which if he's requesting certain assessor information, he would be requesting then under the provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code 408.
Okay. And so, oh, go ahead.
Just if I may, I mean, having looked back at the proceedings of the committee, there was some confusion about records that Mr. Turan would have had access to as a taxpayer, and whether provision of that document to him as a taxpayer made that record a publicly disclosed document. And so we just wanted to sort of quickly clarify at the top here that we respond to requests for records under these two different laws.
Okay, and I think it was you were reading from 408 here, and that's RMT code, and I think one of the reasons I'm asking here is because I'm not sure how well this was presented in the file so far. Although it looks like we may continue to try to deal with this, but you had a citation which said something, or a quote that said something to the effect of, well, when you're not dealing with those individual types of situations, all other records are not public records. And that's, so I'm wondering, does that indicate to you that the extent of the records that are held in the office are one or the other? Either they apply to someone's taxes, property, et cetera, or they're the kind of records that are maintained by the assessor's office that simply are classified as non-public records.
I think that's largely right, and that the third...
We need you to speak into the microphone because there are people who are...
I think that's largely correct, and that if there is a third category, it would be sort of documents that were in the former, so not taxpayer confidential information, but a document that we had disclosed publicly previously.
So I may be confused here, but it seems like you could have responded to Mr. Turan and said, look, 408 says that all these documents are classified by the state as non-public records. And since your request was a public record request, it just is not relevant here. Couldn't you have done that? But it seems like you didn't go there, and you did go and spend a huge amount of time trying to figure out what you wanted to produce. I'm wondering what exactly you were thinking in that process.
Well, first we made numerous attempts, you can see kind of in that packet, of trying to ID what records Mr. Turan is seeking and then prioritizing those records. It was actually when it came to a point where we weren't getting anywhere, I had to make a decision. I want to make sure that we're giving these records, timely. We're not adding any delays. So from there, that's when I was saying if this was a true first of its kind, I had to do from start to finish. Just think about it. I just had to start from A to Z. And then as I'm going down, I'm basically doing this whole process for each and every record. So without that extra help, I was saying we were trying to work together with Mr. Turan. I was at the limits of kind of what I was presented. It was just an any and all request for what we have.
But in that process, you always had in mind that these were 408 records that are defined to be non-public records, correct?
Correct. A set of these records, because remember, we produced records. If you wanted to know kind of where I started or where my mind was, it was first, let me pull the records that are public that will take, a quick review and production. And that's where I started. So, started with public info and then worked my way over to the assessor side.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
And if I may, Member Schmidt, I believe I sort of understand the sort of thrust of your question, which is why produce anything if you didn't have to produce anything. And I think our answer is that, this was a first impression request. We pride ourselves on being accessible and transparent. We're a keeper of records. We've gone beyond, and not to sort of brag too much on sort of our office, but we've gone above and beyond virtually any office in the state, any county assessor, in making sort of records accessible, both sort of in response to records requests and sort of just to the general public through online access, lowering fees, and so on and so forth. And so we do everything we can to be as responsive to these requests as possible. Could we have said 408A covers all of this except for sort of these 4 records that are regularly produced publicly? Probably. We chose to go further.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
I have a question here for you. So this is going to get a little complicated with your specific office because the assessor is one type of constitutional county office. The recorder's a separate constitutional county office. Now, San Francisco's decided to combine those offices, right? So the recorder side doesn't get to use RNT 408.
No.
All recorder documents are disclosable unless I know there's a few subsections that aren't, but by and large, there is no across the board 408 that works on the recorder side. So the question I have is, are these records that are being withheld ones that don't touch the recorder side, that are purely on the assessor side, or are there ones that cover both sides? And if there are recorder employees or recorder functions that are utilizing these records, just because the assessor's office does also, I'm not sure that 408 would apply. So maybe you can talk a little bit about how you keep those functions separate or combined and that.
And that kind of
makes sense?
Yes, and that kind of touches on this whole review process and why it took so long. Because we are a combined office, it was actually going through each and every record line by line, page by page, and not doing a blanket saying all of this is under 408A. We're not going to, So we did produce recorder documents to Mr. Teran. It's just the assessor side of our office is being withheld, and that's under the 408.
Okay, so it's fair to say that anything recorder side of the office has been disclosed.
That's correct. And
I think sort of and I didn't produce the record, but I believe with sort of the exception of in this city and county of San Francisco, our recorder office has been charged with administration of the transfer tax. There is confidential information under not 408A, but other sections of our local and state code that protects information germane to that program.
Yeah, you're right. There's a few extra recorder ones, plus the non-redacted social security number records that are kept by the recorder and all that.
Got it.
Right. But I don't think those are the ones that are probably being.
But I think it's sort of fair to say that we have, I hope sort of the impression you'll take away from kind of the presentation tonight in the record is that we have been incredibly serious, reasonable, diligent about our production in this case. And we're open to recommendations from this body. We strive to sort of continuously improve. If we can do better, we're happy to do better, including sort of communication like you were suggesting about if we could be sort of clearer upfront about how 408A operates in our office and what it will sort of result in terms of withholding. I think those are things that we're already talking about in the office.
Anyone else have questions? Should we move to rebuttals?
I have a question, actually, for both sides. Mr. Teran, other than these documents that have been withheld, have you received everything you expected to receive, even though it took longer than you would have liked?
I don't know. I don't know if earlier Derek spoke or not, but in the original request and the October 2023 email, they said that they withheld 5 documents, and now I might have misheard it, but I heard 99 documents. So if it's 99 documents, then I definitely haven't received the documents, and I don't think it's been in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance, specifically section 67.26. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
I have an additional comment if the task force would like to hear it.
Is it brief?
Very brief.
Okay, I'll let you take the additional comment because then I want to hear from Mr. Anand, who I think has a response to what you just said, but go ahead.
Okay, so this really comes down to the third part, which is exceptions and withholdings of records and the interplay between 608A and Administrative Code 67.26. I'm interested to hear what the city attorney's memo says, because that's really where the two conflicting sections are. Revenue Tax Code 408 is specifically to protect the privacy of property owners. So, it gives the assessor the ability to not have to disclose property values and how they assess the thing and all of that, unless, of course, you, the taxpayer, are contesting an assessment. Then under 408B2, you're able to get that information. But the real interplay here, and it's up to the committee or the committee's city attorney representative to figure it out, which is this interplay between 608A, which I don't think is applicable to this request because it's request for operational documents. Basically, hey, assessor recorder, how do you guys operate? Show us. And there should be trade secrets on that as open government versus 408, which is meant to protect, private information around home exemptions, property taxes, and taxpayers. Thank you.
Mr. Anand, you were going to respond.
Got you. So for the first, if you actually look in the packet on page 216 and 217, on our correspondence on March 22nd, 2023, we let him know about the 94 records that were exempt from disclosure under 408. He then replied saying, can you confirm that these have never been released to the public? Which the following day I said, I'm writing back to confirm that these records that we have located and withholding have never been produced to the public. And you'll find that on 216 and 217. And then the last one, the 5 was our last set.
Bringing it to 99.
Okay, so the last 5 and within that same category.
Correct.
Okay.
I have one follow-up question, just a timeline question, and it sounds probably a little picky, but I just want to ask it. So I'm looking at the timeline that you provided. This is on PDF page 100. And I really appreciate when you give timelines like this. It helps a lot. And so it looks like first bullet point says 11/18/2022. That's when you received the immediate disclosure request, right? So I went back to the calendar, and that's a Friday, right? So technically, you're supposed to provide a response by the end of the following business day. In this case, would have been the 21st, but according to your timeline, that didn't take place until the 22nd. I mean, were you a day late?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay. So you would acknowledge it should have been the 21st.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't the record, just a response. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's all I had. Do you want to move to rebuttals, everyone? Okay, so let's go ahead and do rebuttals. So the respondents, you guys will have 3 minutes, and then we'll have Mr. Tron for 3 minutes.
I don't have any.
Okay. Well, thank you. We'll turn it over to Mr. Tron then. Did you have a rebuttal, Mr. Tron?
Really quickly, first, I just want to thank the assessor recorder and Derek for all of his help on this. I know he caused some frustration. And then I'd like to turn the committee's attention to 2 sentences within section 67.26, first sentence. No record shall be withheld for disclosure in its entirety unless all information contained in it is exempt from disclosure under express provisions of the California Public Records Act or some other statute. Then the second sentence I'd like to point out within 67.26 in my rebuttal is this work shall be done personally by the attorney or other staff member conducting the exemption review. And so this is just a nuance I think I kind of lost in my introduction, but we don't know if the city attorney was the one who made the determination to withhold these 99 documents, or if it was someone outside of Derek. It could have been, but based on the correspondence, I have no idea. So, you know, if they had a different person, as it's written out by 67.26, like the city attorney, sit back and say, yes, these 99 documents are exempt, then they complied. But if not, then they didn't. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Members, what do you guys think? I'll start the discussion. I think this one is extra interesting for us. For a lot of the reasons we talked about, but then actually rereading the language of 408. So we oftentimes, when we do our committee hearings, we make the motion, and 99.9% of the time we say these are public records, right? Because we pretty much say everything is a public record. Strangely enough, 408 specifically says they're not public documents. Not just that they're exempt, but they're literally not public documents, which made me think of Mr. Tron's last point, is that I'm not even sure a lot of this would apply if we're at the beginning say that these aren't even public records, right? This would be like saying, is my grocery list a public record, right? Whether or not, I mean, it's not a public record. It has nothing to do with the city's business. Just because, you know, we're a city official doesn't mean everything we have in our homes is a public document. And I think this could be one of those odd situations that if 408 does apply, and if it does apply with the breadth that they're talking about, I'm not sure a lot of these other things may even matter. About who, you know, redacting and all of that.
Even if we're not talking about like records of individual homeowners, just because it's under this 408 umbrella.
Right. That's what I'm starting.
Okay. That's where things were getting confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's the question I still have, is how far does the 408 umbrella go? And I'm not sure that that's something we can decide. I mean, I think it's a very interesting legal question. And I appreciate the Assessor Recorder's Office for, it sounds like they've produced a lot of documents that they feel that they could assert 408 would apply to, but nonetheless did provide them. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm welcoming what everyone else thinks, but I'm not sure I feel comfortable one way or the other without hearing more from our DCA about how 408 would apply to things that aren't specific things like property records and personal information.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, and just for the record, I returned at 6:30. So, you know, I've read through the documents that were provided by both parties in this, and I don't recall, nor do I see in the response from the assessor a mention of 408 as a defense, as you would have it. So I find it interesting that they bring it up today, even though Mr. Turon had mentioned it, that it was a response to him from the respondent. And I'm just wondering, since I kind of came in the middle of the discussion here, I'm wondering if that was if that was brought up at all.
Member Highland here. Member Wolf, page 96 references that specifically, so they do reference it. Yeah, probably on multiple occasions, 6 occasions.
Yep, but that wasn't in their response, which starts on page 98, 99 actually.
Their initial response, you mean?
Well, their response to us as part of their defense. They don't bring up 408.
Right, but I think we've certainly heard it tonight.
Well, I just find it a little odd that we we would inject a. It's just interesting to me that they wouldn't, if they felt strongly about it for those records, why didn't they submit it as part of their response to the task force? That's all.
Did you have a reference to it?
Yeah, I was going to go to page 218 when we identified the 94 responsive records that we were withholding. That's where we also cite that they're exempt from disclosure under RMT 408A.
Okay, thank you. Member Wolf, did you hear that reference?
Yeah, I heard the reference.
Okay.
I just didn't see it in their initial letter to us.
Member Highland here. Yeah, I think Chair Yankee hit the nail on the head. I think this would be seminal work for future OAR cases. I think we need to know exactly where the charter stands on this, and I think waiting for our DCA to prepare something would be a great step forward.
So here's what I'm thinking to that point is I hate having to have people keep coming back over and over again. I try to respect everyone's time. I think we need to get the memo, right, from our DCA. What if we were to, and let me know what you guys think. What if we were to continue this to a future meeting, but just continue our deliberation point, and we wouldn't require the respondents or the petitioner to show up. They can certainly show up, and if we have questions, we could ask them, but I just want to be respectful of their time, because when we have them come to meeting after meeting, I don't want to make this more burdensome on them. So my thought is that we continue the item, ask for a memorandum from our DCA, and then when we recall this to here again, we pick up exactly where we left off in our deliberations. And if they want to show up, they can, but we're certainly not going to say that they have to show up for that rehearing of it. What do you think?
I think that's a good way of handling it. I mean, I think before they leave today, if there's anything else they need to say and they think they might not attend, they should say it now, because we're going to hear that response and then make a decision on this. Of course, they are welcome to come, but if they think that there's anything that's been left unsaid, we would like to hear it now.
I think it's a great, maybe we give them, if that's the direction we go, maybe we give them one last comment period, recognizing that they wouldn't have it again.
And it sounds like as a spoiler, we might reference the 1 day late response. I mean, just as a technicality.
Yeah. As technically, you guys are a day late. But I think the more interesting and broader question is the one that we haven't resolved yet. So I don't know if someone want to. Member Schmidt?
Just a couple of comments. One is that in the circumstances of this case, I agree with all the process you're suggesting. I'm on board with that. I just don't know if I haven't yet seen any kind of violation that I would want to vote to cite on. It looks like this is an incredibly difficult request to deal with, and the wording initially, I just don't know how you respond with the wording that they got. So there's a lot of different things going on here. I do also think that this idea of we got to figure out what's a public record here and what's not. And I don't agree that we've never seen that before. There have been other cases we've seen where something is simply not set out as being part of the public record, even though it's held in a government office. I forget exactly where those were, but we have seen sort of this kind of animal before in a few places. But it seems clear to me that if they say it's not a public record, then that's huge. I mean, that's huge for purposes of what we're dealing with here. Yeah, I think that it would be helpful to hear from our attorneys on this, what exactly the scope of 408 and how it interplays with 608A, if it does.
What do you think if I give each side an additional, since it sounds like that's the direction we're going? So no one's made the official motion yet, but it sounds like the direction we're heading is to have our legal counsel draft a memo, give us some legal advice about 408, how it 408 rather, how it applies, how far it goes, and then we'll make our final decision from there. But like I said, I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I really don't like to continue cases over and over and make you guys have to come back. And so I think if you each will give each side 3 minutes if you want to make hearing where we're at, if there's anything you want us to consider in the future, when we eventually put this on our agenda again, that would be the time to say it. So I'll give, since it's kind of like a rebuttal round 2, I'll let the assessor recorder go first for 3 minutes, and I'll have Mr. Teron go again for 3 minutes.
I think the other way around.
We want to do the other way?
Well, that's what we did the first time. We did assessors, and they didn't have anything, and then Mr. Teron went. So have Mr. Teron go first this time.
That works for me. We'll start with Mr. Teron then. All right, Mr. Teron, did you want to say anything? Did that make sense, what I just explained?
Yeah, sure. Okay. And I understand that we're trying to figure out this interplay between the Sunshine Ordinance and other various codes, like in this case, ROTC 408. I just want to bring to everyone's attention and the city attorney the findings and purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance, specifically section 67.1 A, B, and C. A basically says that it's the government's duty to serve the public, and they have to make their decisions in full view. B, in summary, is the people don't give up the rights to decide that people should or should not know how government operates, which I think would probably trump 408, unless there's case law showing otherwise. And then C is that, as government evolves, so must the laws designated to ensure the process remains visible. So if 408 came out and the laws have evolved so that, someone can say that everything that they produce falls under a code section, tax code section, that needs to be challenged under 67.1C. I'm not asking, this request isn't asking for private records. It's asking for transparency in how the assessor and the recorder office operate. And the main intention was around the assessor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Teron. And assessor recorder staff, if you want to have 3 minutes, this might be your last chance to address us.
Yeah. Appreciate the courtesy of not sort of requiring that we be back. If we can be helpful, we will be back. Also appreciate that this is, you want sort of the city attorney's take on this. I think there is case law speaking directly to the question that's raised about the conflict between the ordinance and 408. And so, but look forward to having that settled, at least at sort of this body. I would also just sort of ensure that you all are sort of also directed to California Government Code section, as Derek sort of earlier referenced, 7927.705, as well as California Government Code, Evidence Code section 1040. And that's all. And I mean, to speak to, not to go sort of on just because there's time, but I think we spoke in the sort of extended time that we were first given by Member LaHood about the reasons that our operational and policy documents are treated differently under the law as we understand it. And this is very specific in the tax context. So I'll stop there, but thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. Someone want to make the motion, or I can make the motion, or want me to do it? All right, fine. I'll go ahead and move to continue this item to the call of the chair to request that legal counsel prepare a memorandum summarizing the applicability of Revenue and Taxation Code 408 to the requested records, and to not require the appearance of either party when this matter is reheard. Did I say anything, anyone? Good? Okay.
I'll second that motion. Member Highland?
Okay. Seconded by Member Highland.
Apologies. Can I make one? We will hear, though, when it's coming back up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll notice you for it. Yeah, for sure.
I just want to be clear about the motion. You moved to continue the item to the college chair and requested DAC to provide a memo.
DCA, but
I'm sorry. Deputy City Attorney. Provide a memo regarding revenue and tax code 408 and not require the appearance of either party when this matter will be heard.
yes, Reeker. Yeah. Member Schmidt?
That's motion is great for me. I just want to make sure that,
Microphone. Sorry.
thank you. Sorry. I just want to make sure that it's clear that it within the scope as just specified would fall looking at 608A, and also the question of whether Sunshine may actually make any of these provisions inapplicable in the circumstance. So we do have a state/local issue that could be significant here.
Yeah, there's more for instructions of the city attorney, right?
I think so.
Did you have any other questions for us, DCA, on what we're looking for? Okay. All right. So I think that's the motion. I think time for public comment, everyone. Okay. So let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Anyone present in the room wishing to speak, please approach the podium on item 9, file number 23030. Callers in the online community, raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, and I don't see anyone here at the podium, so I think we'll go ahead and close public comment. So Cheryl, if you could call the roll on that when you're ready.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. 3 absent, 7 in favor.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. We appreciate that. All right. I think we're ready to move on to our next item, item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 23050, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Aaron Peskin, President of the Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to respond to a request for Proposition G calendar in a timely and a complete manner. On July 18, 2023, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the records are public, and referred the matter to the task force.
Okay, so let's see if we have the parties available. Do we have Mr. Petrellis either here in person? I don't see him. Is he online?
Mr. Petrellis, are you one of our online callers? Raise your hand, please, if you are. *3 or raise your hand in the app. I see no hands raised. Let me check verbally. Hello, caller 415-595. Are you here for item 10? Hello, caller. Muting you. Hello, caller 415-933. Are you here for item 10? Hearing no answer, muting. We have Calvin Yan. Mr. Yan, are you here from Supervisor Peskin's office?
Oh, you're in person. Oh.
Online.
Okay.
One moment. Oh.
No, he's here. We're seeing you online too somehow. I don't know how.
Yes, you're also on the phone.
Well, thank you for joining us. Oddly enough, I did actually see an email from Mr. Petrella saying that he would call into this. So we did receive confirmation he would be here. So this is also his second one where he's not appearing. So I would suggest that we close the file and pursuant to Complaint Procedure 7B, but I don't know if anyone has different thoughts.
Just is there a chance that Petrellis fell off and he's having a problem? on that screen, you've got the magic screen is his name.
Administrator Peterson, can you double check that Michael Petrellis hasn't just hung up the phone or is lost or out there that we should know about?
Yeah, so I'm seeing the screen. Pat unmuted and spoke to every single person who doesn't have a name here, and then the other people have a name, and it's not Mr. Petrellis. I can recognize him from other cases, and I'm checking my email too real fast here, see if there's any last minute communications from him, and I am not seeing anything. So that's where we're at. It seems like a no-show situation.
Usually he's pretty grumpy with these things.
Yeah, so but this is the second one. We had one last month. So do we have a motion, anyone?
Motion to close.
Okay, so a motion to close the file. Complaint procedure 7B by Member Schmidt. Do we have a second for that?
I seconded.
Okay, seconded by Member Kumar. Any discussion among the members? Don't see any.
And just to be clear, if we hear back from him, there's an opportunity to.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, they can reopen the file. And I know either Cheryl or Pat sends an email out and explains that it's been closed and so forth and so on. So that all goes out. Okay, let's go ahead and then open it up to public comment for that motion.
Members who are present in room 408, please approach the podium if you'd like to speak on item 10. Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. This is file number 23050. No hands raised in the online community.
Okay, and I don't see anyone here in person, so I think we can go ahead and move to a vote on that motion.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absences, 7 in favor.
Okay, this matter is concluded. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry you had to sit here for so long. We do appreciate you showing up. Okay, I think we move on to item number 11.
Item number 11, file number 23048, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and complete manner. On August 15, 2023, the complaint committee found that the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and that this matter be forwarded to the task force for hearing with a recommendation for a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721.
Okay, so Pat, I'll turn it over to you. Do we have the parties available?
Lieutenant Beauchamp, and we have Rosa. Rosa, are you Rosa L? Unmuting you, Rosa.
Yes.
Rosa, are you Rosa L?
Yes.
Excellent. We have both parties.
Okay, and if you could unmute both of them, Pat, I just want to ask either of them if they intend to call any other witnesses as part of their presentation, or if it's just them.
They have both been unmuted.
Okay, so Rosa, is it just you, or do you have any other witnesses that you would like to testify on your behalf?
That's me.
Okay, and Lieutenant Beauchamp, the same question.
No other witnesses.
Okay, great. All right, so I think you have heard how the other ones have gone today, so we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, before we do that, I forgot on the prior ones. I'm not going to forget on this one. I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt if he wants to give us a quick summary of what the committee found on this one.
Yeah, the request was for, I believe it was 6 days of, first 6 days were specified. And then there was a request as to encampment resolutions that occurred on those 6 days. And there was a somewhat unnecessary language, planned or unplanned. I mean, I guess that would make up 100% of the universe of encampment resolutions. So, but the records would be body cam records, other records related to resolutions. That's my understanding of the extent of the request. An objection was made. It seems like they objected to what's the meaning of unplanned, the police department. And it seems like the police department, their position is, well, we never got a response when we said we need you to explain what you mean by unplanned. And as far as I can tell, based on that stance, still nothing's been produced on this request. I think that's kind of the heart of the dispute.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so Rosa L., we will start with you as the petitioner. Cheryl will let you know when you could begin. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Rosa, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for hearing this. So yeah, on December 27th, 2022, I filed a request for body cam footage and related records. So incidents reports, photos, etc., related to all encampment resolutions taking place on a specific set of days. So it is about 6 days. SFPD did not respond for a month. And then by the time they had, the nature of my request slightly changed. So I provided a correction because it was kind of a moot point at that point. It had been too long. So I changed the days slightly. And then we had a little back and forth about what encampment resolution means and what planned or unplanned means. And in April, I did provide a response to that saying this is what an encampment resolution is. And then in the complaints committee hearing, which we had a while back, also further clarified, which is also in this packet that I submitted. I defined what an encampment resolution is with reference to SFPD's internal documents, and then also explain a little bit what I meant by planned and unplanned. So planned just means scheduled ahead of time and part of the Healthy Streets Operations Center, which is a multi-agency effort in San Francisco to resolve tent encampments. And then unplanned, just literally using the typical definition, not scheduled, not expected, not planned. And then I just talked a little bit. I also included some details in the package here, which was also reviewed at the complaints hearing, just about the body cam policy of SFPD and why this is a matter of public interest. Yeah, I would just say that right now I would like the task force to consider that SFPD has violated the ordinance by failing to respond in 10 days, but also by still not having identified or released body cam footage or any other records relating to encampment resolutions. As far as I can tell, I at least have not received any. And also, I would be interested in hearing from SFPD. I have an open line with the SFPD representative who was responding to this request over email. And so I've been very available to negotiate or answer questions to help clarify, identify records, and I feel like that hasn't happened. So yeah, I would like to know also just if SFPD creates records in these cases. Do they have active body cam footage for the enforcement efforts in their bulletin for handling tent encampments? And also in the complaints committee, they mentioned that they had hired more staff to respond to public records to avoid failures to acknowledge requests as well as fulfill them. And so I'd like to know what's happening there, because as far as I can tell, they're still failing to respond. I have 2 other complaints in front of the FOTF pending. And so, yeah, without that capacity, the sunshine compliance this is impossible. The ordinance becomes a little bit useless for me. And so, yeah, that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Lieutenant Beauchamp, Cheryl will let you know when you can begin. You'll have 5 minutes as well.
Thank you.
Are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, task force members. I'm Lieutenant Chris Beauchamp of the San Francisco Police Department. The police department stipulates that we did not respond in a timely fashion. Upon reviewing the records for this public records request, it does appear that the San Francisco Police Department did ask on a couple of different occasions for clarification regarding what unplanned and planned resolutions were. It appears that the final response from the department was from February 27th of 2023, stating that the request was still looking into and that we were asking for further clarification on encampment resolutions. It appears that the individual who was assigned to media relations at that time closed out the request for lack of response back in March of 2023. Upon receiving the complaint for tonight's hearing, I reached out to the acting sergeant of media relations, Acting Sergeant Rob Rewecka, to review this request again and attempt to provide responsive records if any are located. In addition to the requester's additional questions during her presentation, we are working on the request now, attempting our best to locate responsive records. I cannot provide a distinct timeline as when those records will be produced, but I will stay in contact with Acting Sergeant Rewecka to make sure that this request is fulfilled. And regarding the number of individuals who are working on public records requests within the media unit, we did increase the amount of people who were trained up there. We are, as a department, still looking for additional resources to be assigned to that unit to take over a supervisory role so that Acting Sergeant Rewecka can go back to his additional role of Officer Rewecka. Unfortunately, one individual from media relations was transferred out recently, and that just rolls down to the fact that the police department is first and foremost a public safety agency and not one that is designed to handle administrative tasks. So the apportionment of personnel is first and foremost towards the public safety nature of our duties. And so stipulated.
Okay, does that complete your remarks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, questions on this one? I just have a quick question because we've heard a lot from the police department, and we've heard several times about how it's important that it's a public safety agency and so forth. I'm just curious why just like, I don't know, unsworn staff can't do responses. Why so far it seems the police department puts sworn staff, taking them off public safety things to do what seems to be general records management issues that all other city departments don't use sworn staff to do. It just seems odd to me that the excuse that we can't get these things done timely is, well, we need to go make sure that we fight crime, which is great. But then why can't we just have a secretary do this? I mean, I just don't understand that. Maybe Lieutenant Beauchamp, you could speak to that.
Sure, I can attempt to speak to that to the limited capacity that I have in making personnel decisions. The unit that I oversee, the legal division, is primarily, I would say 90% or above, unsworn staff. They're all civilian legal assistants or legal clerks. The media relations unit, which is overseen by a civilian director, responds directly to the assistant chief of administration, the chief of staff. That unit is a mix of sworn and unsworn. I believe the reasons behind the number of individuals being up there skewing more towards the sworn side is because they are required to do things like press releases, appear on camera, help coordinate other police safety functions in addition to the media relations role. The reason that we asked the media relations unit to handle media-based requests is so that a relationship can be developed, so that in cases like this, I believe the requester from our side we've identified has had approximately 5 to 6 requests in the last 2 years. All of them being wide-ranging requests, having numerous components of the department having to fulfill them. Having one point of contact who usually doesn't turn over there usually provides a greater level of continuity. Unfortunately, within the last year or so, there has been a great amount of turnover at that unit. The last 2 sergeants in charge of that unit have transferred out within the last year, I believe, which has led to a number of these issues popping up in front of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I have done my best to try to provide assistance where I can, and we are currently working on expanding out our general order that oversees the release of police reports so that it entails all public records and would provide more guidance and clarity to all units that are dealing with PRA requests so that they understand the timeliness issues as well as the exemptions and the needed information that must be released.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, members?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Member Anderson. Lieutenant Beauchamp, did I get that right?
Yes.
Your name right? Yeah. You indicate you can't give us a timeline on exactly when the records will be produced or when you will be done reviewing all the information you have to see if the records can be produced. But can you give us, if we say by our next meeting in June, you can come back and give us either when it's going to be released or yes, the records have been released. Could you give us, going back to the police department, can you give us some idea so that we don't have this kind of hanging out there as, 2 years from now, we're back here talking about the same case. So I'd like to kind of narrow, I can't give you a timeline to narrow it to by June, I can give you some kind of timeline, or the records have been produced. Thank you.
Of course I can answer that. So the reason I can't give a specific timeline is because of the breadth of the request. As for the portion of it that regards planned encampment resolutions, if we are able to determine with our Healthy Streets outreach team that there were planned resolutions on those days, then we'd be able to identify some of the easier to release records, such as police reports or citations if we have them available, citizens arrests, so on and so forth, documents which are much easier to review and produce. If there's body-worn camera, depending upon the length of the resolution, the number of officers assigned to the resolution, that does make the release of those records much more difficult to put a timeline on. When it comes to unplanned resolutions, by and large, resolutions are handled by our homeless outreach officers. We would have to do a bit more in-depth review to see if officers took it upon themselves to decide to engage in a resolution. Typically, resolutions are, like the requester said, planned out with multi-agency actions going on. So the idea that there would be an unplanned one would be much harder for us to locate and determine, but we will do our best based upon the information in the request to see what we can locate. But by June, I can definitely provide you with a definitive answer of if we were able to locate something, and if we did, at least introductory level documents can be produced, such as instant reports and other hard copies of paper documents. Body-worn camera, that will, depending upon the amount, take additional time.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, Lieutenant Beauchamp, I don't know if you're I think the requester asked about a 6-day period of time. Is that correct?
There was 2 different time periods. I believe the requester initially asked for 2 time periods in December of 2022, and then in the correspondence back and forth between the department and the requester, I believe she changed her dates to January of 23.
Okay, but similar period of time, just a different block, right? So forget the first one. Let's look at this new period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer this or not, but how many interactions do San Francisco police have with the public on a given day, on average?
Oh, are we talking each individual officer?
I don't know. Is this a fact that is known to you? I mean, is this something that's in an annual report that? I guess
I can only give you anecdotally, even as a lieutenant of police, when I was assigned to field operations, when I was at a police station, I probably either spoke to members of the public on the phone or in person at least 60 to 70% of my day. I would say on an average day, I probably talked to 20 to 40 people a day.
Okay. And is there any, clearly many of those interactions would have nothing to do with encampment resolutions. Are you saying that even just looking at the period of time, there's not a way to filter out certain activities as clearly having nothing to do with the information that's being sought, and then, narrow down within the types of interactions that might have to do with this? Are there ways to filter through the information that way that could make this easier and could help you proceed more quickly with this task?
I think, not having done the full drill down yet, by and large, the majority of the interactions with members of the public will be able to be excluded. I think where we run into difficulties is the junction of what an unplanned resolution is, quote unquote, and an officer interacting with a person experiencing homelessness. We may be able to eliminate 80% of the interactions on that day, but if there are 20% interactions that involve an officer talking with a homeless individual, and if that interaction is because of a crime being committed, perhaps we can eliminate that as a encampment resolution. But if it is an individual talking with a person experiencing homelessness on the street in front of their encampment, they talk for a while, we still have to review that and determine, is that a resolution? Did they have them seek services, or was this a civil interaction between 2 individuals because of a 911 call or a concern over the well-being of that individual? So we have to sort of reverse engineer if those particular instances are unenforced resolutions or not, which requires us to review the entire BWC to see if it falls under the idea of what a encampment resolution would be.
Yeah, I mean, I would say part of this is just use of this term, which I think, we're all using in this way because we know what it means. But, just saying encampment resolution, it's not English, it's jargon. It's trying to make something that people feel maybe uncomfortable with have this sort of neutral term. I don't know. It's probably some of the confusion is that this encompasses many different things that, I don't know, and maybe it's to try to make it easier to group together certain kinds of activities, but I think it actually maybe does make it more difficult to understand what is happening in these interactions.
Right.
I don't know, is that part of the difficulty in figuring out, trying to filter through this information and figure out what you're actually looking for?
Yes, because the request is twofold. For planned encampment resolutions, we have one primary point of contact. It is a small team. Because it is a multi-agency interaction, there should be records of exactly how many resolutions occurred on specific dates. Those records are not thrown away or eliminated in any way, shape, or form. So those we would be able to determine and locate and pull pretty quickly. When it comes to then anything else that could be considered a resolution, that's when we have to sort of start grasping in the dark and trying to narrow
We're trying
down.
to figure out when people who are unhoused are being displaced from where they are out on the streets. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, question, two or three questions to Lieutenant Beauchamp. One is, if we just sort of split this request down the middle and say, I just want to ask you about planned encampment resolutions. Has anyone done anything to try to get the documents that were requested here with regard to planned encampment resolutions?
Without being too blunt, it appears that the communications between the requester and the department became a semantic one rather than a actionable one.
Okay, so there was some interaction, but other than that, I mean, just for the planned resolutions, it doesn't look like anyone took any steps to go actually find any of the requested documents. Isn't that fair to say?
Not that I see in our records. I haven't specifically spoken to the other individuals who were in response with the requester, but I would make the fair guess that no.
Thank you. And lastly, what is the practice there in terms of the body cam video footage? What's the practice right now for retaining that kind of material? I'm concerned about how these requests get put off and then maybe the tape's deleted and then it's unavailable. Is there a practice for retaining that type of footage?
Yes, so there are different retention levels of body-worn camera based primarily on I don't have the specific penal code in front of me that was passed by the legislature that require law enforcement agencies to have different retention levels for different for different types of events. If an event does result in an arrest or a detention, it is typically held for at least a period of about 2 years. That, of course, is incumbent upon the member tagging the video in a correct format so that it is retained in that fashion. Even when a video is up for deletion, it does exist for a considerable period of time as queued for deletion, which means that it is still recoverable by the department. It is just, in layman's term, put in cold storage prior to its full deletion by the vendor that we use, which is evidence.com, or I'm sorry, Axon.
Okay, and that last sort of subset, could you be just a little more specific on what you mean in terms of time on that? You said that it stays around for a pretty good period of time. Do you mean 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years? What do you mean by that? And as specific as you can get.
Oh, of course. A inadvertent recording, a recording that has no tagging whatsoever, is held within the system for 90 days.
90 days, okay.
As soon as a video is tagged, which means it's given a specific modifier that shows that it's relating to a case, that it's involving a detention, a citation, an arrest, it involves a use of force, it's under a litigation hold, those retention periods increase upwards from minimum of 2 years upwards to perpetuity for some things like litigation holds. Okay. That's not until those videos are manually changed back to not needing to be held for litigation anymore that they then enter into the system to be queued up for deletion. Upon being queued up for deletion, they still are maintained for, and I would have to go back and check my notes, they are still maintained for a considerable period of time where they can be retrieved from the servers at Axon It's not until that second period where they're queued for deletion, after that runs out, then they're fully deleted from the servers at Axon.
Would somebody tag a video based on an event that occurred during an encampment resolution?
If that involved a detention of that individual, a citation of that individual, an arrest, if they had to use force against them, even if they didn't, there is still a likelihood they would be there. We still have videos in our files from the initial rollout of body-worn camera back in late 2015, early 2016.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Anyone else? Okay. Let's go ahead and move to rebuttals then. So Lieutenant Beauchamp, you'll have 3 minutes, and then Rosa L., you'll have 3 minutes.
I stipulate all the former. I have no rebuttal.
Okay, sounds good. Rosa L., did you have a rebuttal?
Thank you so much. I just really want to emphasize that no action has been taken on this since December of 2022, which is a long time ago. It occurred to me that my cat is jumping around me right now, and it occurred to me that I have an adult cat who was not born when I submitted this request initially. And so it just makes me concerned that there are lots of concerns stated by SFPD about how difficult it would be to fulfill this request. And yet, as far as I can tell, it has not even been attempted to be fulfilled, or neither has communication occurred asking me to provide further clarification of any kind. I would be totally happy just removing the voluntary part of the request and just asking for any HSOC, like any footage or the records in my request for planned HSOC resolutions, and then maybe just anything from SFPD Bulletin 23-166, which is it's the set of enforcement options for addressing lodging and illegal encampments. So that's a document that describes the various enforcement methods. So, you know, that would take care of the non-planned ones. If that works, that seems fine to me. I mostly just want to see progress because as far as I can tell, again, a year and a half to whatever goes by and nothing gets done, then it just kind of renders the Sunshine Ordinance useless, and the impact of this work is extremely important. Just to bring it back to what the lieutenant mentioned at the beginning, that the police department wants to focus on public safety. This is actually an issue of public safety. There are unhoused people who are impacted by this kind of thing all the time. It's in the public's interest to understand what is happening to them. Their safety matters as well, and that's what's at stake with this work. I would just end by saying I would really like to know whether the citations for enforcement options in Bulletin 23-166, if someone is served a citation, is that on, do officers turn on their body cams for that? And if so, if that footage from way back in now January of 2023, which was the new date of the request, if that would be available given the retention times that SFPD has. Otherwise, yeah, just again reiterate that in my opinion, SFPD has violated the ordinance, and nothing today has really changed that at all in my perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rosa L. Actually, I'll ask that question officially. So Lieutenant Beauchamp, could you answer that question about Bulletin, I think it was what, 23-166? Or would you have body cam footage from those incidents?
If members took enforcement action, I don't have the full bulletin in front of me, but I believe they would be required to operate their body cam footage or their body cams, activate them during the enforcement resolution. Of course, I have to put the caveat in there that there is always human and technical error. So there is the possibility that an individual in good faith attempted to activate their body cam, but it did not. We will still do our best to research and locate every releasable and applicable record for planned resolutions for the period of time requested by the requester. And just to provide context, I understand there have been numerous files from this requester regarding a lack of timely or responsive records from the department. Just to provide context for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, in case they're unaware, when I received the annual survey this year for how many requests the department received, our records show that we received just shy of 43,000 public records requests in the year 2023. That does not count requests from Department of Police Accountability, the City Attorney's Office, and via subpoenas. So I'm just trying to give context to the task force to understand that, yes, we do have our failings. We are an organization of human beings. There are instances where we do not comply with the law as we should, but it is solely based on there's only so many requests that human beings can handle over the course of 1 year. And there will always be errors. And as long as I'm at the legal division, I will do my best to reduce those errors down to as close to zero as possible. But there will inevitably be some things that do get through. And for that, I apologize.
So Lieutenant Beauchamp, it sounds like Rosa L. in her rebuttal agreed to somewhat narrow her request to the planned resolutions. And I think that gets to, was it either Member Anderson or Member LaHood asked earlier about, could you give us a little bit more timeline now that you even have more specificity to that? Can you give an updated answer to their question? Because I know your answer before was it's going to take a lot of time to go through to try to find the unplanned ones. But if we're just focusing on planned, can you give a better answer?
Sure. If it is strictly just planned, I can have an answer for this task force by or before the next meeting in June.
Okay, that's very helpful. So,
may I clarify what my request was?
Go ahead, sure.
It was planned encampment resolutions as part of HLOC, in addition to enforcement of the laws in 23-166, just because that would capture any non-planned enforcement in a way that should be much easier, because again, the enforcement would be tagged with any footage or records, incident reports, and whatnot. So that research would be no longer required.
So Lieutenant Beauchamp, did you hear that? Does that change the answer you just gave at all?
Slightly so. I know the requester has another request, I believe, is on file with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Are you referring to those specific penal and municipal codes, those violations for us to research?
Correct.
Okay. So I can definitely get a answer, if not responsive records, for the planned by next convening of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. The research having to be done on the municipal code or penal code violations may be done by then, but if not, I can definitely give an update. That information has to be sent out to our Professional Standards Bureau to pull through our records and try to locate those based upon the penal and municipal code violations.
Thank you, Lieutenant Beauchamp. So members, any idea on how you want to handle this one? I think we're making some progress. I think before there was a lot of focus on the most difficult record to find, which was, this might take a really long time. We've kind of routinely heard that from the police department, where it's very difficult to find something. And so they almost just get paralyzed and don't do anything. I like that we're kind of focusing now on what stuff can be turned over first. So maybe this is something that it sounds like that what CAC is going to meet in June.
Yeah. So, which would be after the next task force.
Right. It sounds like if we find a violation here, which is probably, I think everyone's admitting, even the police department's admitting there's
with timeliness. Yeah.
Right. With timeliness, and we're to issue an order to turn these records over. If we have compliance things show back up on the main task force agenda, obviously it takes time. I can't put another original file on. I'm not sure would delay that much to have it go to CAC instead. We could hear it like just do a quick, like not hearing, but maybe just a 5 or 10 minute update at the full task force if you wanted to.
And then if there are still issues, we can also hear
we
at
can just do it-
CAC later in the month.
Yeah.
I think that's a better way to do
Maybe
it.
do that. So maybe
Yeah.
we continue to the next task force meeting. I'll put it like maybe early on in the agenda. So it's one of the
Yeah.
first things. I mean, I'm like, we just give each side just quick, like 3
Yeah.
minutes, and then we either close it or.
And I would say this is an opportunity for Lieutenant Beauchamp to, if it's possible to get everything done, we could be done with it in one more hearing.
From your lips to God's ears.
So does someone want to make that motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion that, are we saying a violation for timeliness?
Yeah, so it'd be what, 6721 B
Oh my gosh, I'm a little bit rusty at the moment. 6721B.
for timeliness. Yeah.
For timeliness, for failing to turn over records in a timely and complete manner. And that we request that Lieutenant Beauchamp return at our next full task force hearing with a clear update on what has been delivered. If everything has been delivered, that will be excellent, and we could close out the case. But if there are still records to be delivered, we would request the police department to then appear at the next CAC hearing, which would be later in June. In addition,
Yeah. And maybe make clear that we're ordering the production of it.
we are ordering production of records.
So Cheryl, did you get all that?
Moves to find a violation of 6721B as in boy for timeliness for failing to turn over records and request that Lieutenant Beauchamp provide a delivery of records.
Well, and I was failing to return over records in a timely and complete manner, so it's for timeliness.
And then you could say, instead of saying request, you could say order
Failing to
Lieutenant
turn over
Beauchamp.
records.
And ordering Lieutenant Beauchamp to turn over responsive records by the next full task force hearing, and give us an update on any records that are in the process of being produced.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
And who seconded that?
Oh, we have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Member Schmidt. Okay, I think we're ready to move to public comment on that motion.
Individuals in the room wishing to speak on item 11, file number 23048, please approach the podium. Callers who are joining us online, please raise your hand using *3 or the app to indicate that you'd like to speak. I'll give you a moment. With no callers in the queue.
Okay, and not seeing anyone at the podium here, we'll go ahead and close public comment. So Cheryl, when you're ready, if you can call the roll on that motion.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor and 3 absent.
Okay, thank you to both parties for joining us this evening. We appreciate that. We look forward to your update in June. So it's going to be, we will put this on the agenda for it's the June 5th, the first Wednesday. And I'll try to put this item near the beginning of the complaint portion, so around 5 o'clock.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and move to item number 12.
Item number 12, file number 23060, complaint filed by Joe Dworsky against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On September 26, 2023, the Education Outreach and Training Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force for hearing with a recommendation to find a violation of 6721B as in boy for not responding to the records request in a complete and timely manner.
Okay, so let's see if we have the parties available. Do we have Mr. Dworsky here? You're here. Thank you for joining us in person today. And do we have anyone from the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing? Okay, great. If you want to kind of come up close to the front here. So it looks like we're going to be doing this one in person, which is great. Do either of you have witnesses or any other party? Okay. This went to EOT, so I'll actually turn this over to Member Highland, chair of that committee, if he wants to give us a quick summary of what happened there, and then we'll go ahead with our presentations.
Give me 1 second. I don't have anything to add on what's in there.
Okay, we'll get started right into the presentation. So, Mr. Dworsky, you're going to have 5 minutes to present. So, Cheryl will let you know when she's ready with the clock.
You ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Joe Dworsky. I'm a reporter at Bay City News. I cover legal affairs and I do long-form investigative reporting. I appreciate you hearing my petition. Two housekeeping items at the beginning. First, my editor, Dan Rosenheim, is with us on Zoom. Dan edited most of the 30 stories in the series that I wrote called Giving Shelter, which is mostly about the city's response to homelessness over the 2023, and it continues. Second, a number of people and organizations have filed with the task force letters of support, and they're deep in the administrative record. They begin at page 135 of the packet and go through 150. I have an extra copy here if anybody didn't see them, but one's from Jay Hamilton, the head of Stanford's journalism program and the author of Democracy's Detectives, which is a study of investigative journalism. Another is from Jay Harris, many years the publisher of Mother Jones. Another from Curtis Sparrer, who is the current president of the San Francisco Press Club, and he has written this letter on behalf of the board of directors. There are a number of others that come from practicing lawyers and law professors. Some of them describe their own experiences in dealing with the Department of Homelessness and Human Services. And I commend those to your attention. I'm here not just to argue that the long delay in getting a raft of documents violates the Sunshine Act. I'm not sure anybody would even contest that. What I want to focus on is a practice that the department uses, which allows them to manipulate the delivery of information to a reporter like me. The way it works is that I file a public records request, then on the 10th day at their deadline, they'll give me 6 or 8 or 10 documents, mostly innocuous documents. And then they'll couple that with a statement in their production that says that they're going to continue to look and they'll make rolling production. And at that point, then all of the structures of the Sunshine Ordinance are out the window. They don't regard themselves bound by any deadlines. They don't provide any information about the documents they're looking for. It's just that they have reached a sort of a zone of unaccountability. And that's exactly what happened to me. It's happened to me many times, but it happened in the 2 specific cases that I filed this petition on. I was very, very interested in covering the budget hearings in 2023. As you know, the department has a massive budget. It's a $700 million budget. And I think that many of the stories that I've written have focused on their mismanagement of the budget that they've been given. And so it was very important to me coming into those budget hearings that I had all the information that would be helpful to report stories for the public. So a month before the hearings, I put in my records request, and exactly what I described happened. I got a bunch of innocuous documents. I got the rolling production thing. They didn't really respond to anything until I called and said, well, where are they? Where are they? But they played it along, and it was not until the 60th day, I think, that they finished their production. And by that time, the hearings had come and gone. And in that last set of productions, there were a lot of really important things that I wasn't able to report to the public and which the public should have known. We don't have the time to kind of get into the granularity of it, but it's all in the administrative record that we've produced. This practice is a terrible practice. It undercuts the whole purpose of why we have a sunshine ordinance in San Francisco that's different than the public records law. Like the state law doesn't require that you actually produce in 10 days. It requires that you say that you're going to produce and then you produce over time. But we didn't do that. The voters here came up with something that said, we're going to have a specific date. And they avoid that by resort to this rolling production. There's no basis for doing that, but they get away with it. And I urge you to focus on this practice because any other department in the city can do the same thing. And it takes something that I think is a marvel. The Sunshine Ordinance is really a marvel and makes it less.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your presentation. Okay. Whoever's speaking for the respondent.
Sure.
Okay. And you are?
I'm Dylan Schneider. I manage legislative affairs at the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing.
Great. Okay. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Of course.
Cheryl, I'll let you know when you can begin.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Chair Yankee and members of the task force for having us here today. And thank you, Mr. Doretsky. We really do appreciate working with you on these sunshine requests. So we were back here last September at the Education Outreach and Training Committee and appreciate you all hearing our rebuttal then as well. I do want to just start by saying that we take our responsibility in having due diligence and a thoughtful process responding to our public records requests very seriously at the department. And part of that responsibility also comes with balancing the responsibility we have to our clients to make sure that we are doing our due diligence in reviewing documents for any kind of confidentiality or public health information. And that often comes into play in the releases of confidential documents where we're having to do very thorough reviews for any kind of personal health information, which came into play with Mr. Doretsky's requests that are included in this complaint. So between January and June of 2023, we did receive 11 public records requests from Mr. Doretsky. The 3 that are cited in the complaint are included in those 11, and we produced over 600 documents during that time frame. If you look at the table that we provided in our response, you'll see that we've listed all of the dates of both when we received the request and the dates of releases and the number of documents produced for each. And one of the reasons we wanted to provide this table is because I believe it does show that, again, we are taking our responsibility very seriously in acknowledging the requests and responding as soon as possible. You can see for some of the requests that were more innocuous, that we were able to find documents immediately that didn't have that personal health information, client confidentiality, or potential legal or litigation that necessitated additional review by other city departments, including the city attorney's office. We were able to produce those documents very quickly, sometimes within 24 to 48 hours. For the 3 requests that are cited in this complaint, you will notice that we, as Mr. Doretsky noted, we wanted to make sure that on that 10-day deadline or before, we were releasing any documents that we could, while we were flagging other documents that necessitated additional review, again, whether that was for client confidentiality or litigation, or in this instance, there were lease negotiations where we weren't sure what was privileged and what wasn't, and we needed to have those consultations with other departments. And so you'll notice that there are rolling basis release dates. These are, for the most part, fairly frequent because as soon as documents were becoming available to us and were, approved for release, redactions had been verified and completed, or we knew something was, able to be released or withheld based on its privilege, we were releasing those to the requester. Our goal is to always go as quickly as possible with this. We don't try to hold on to documents once they're being verified for release. Unfortunately, these were very complex requests that had many different kind of overlaying considerations, again, both client confidentiality as well as litigation and lease negotiations. And I just want to point out, especially with the client confidentiality and, all three of these requests, two actually pertain to the same shelter site and one pertains to a different one. And what we found was even things that were as innocuous as invoices often did have some identifying information about clients, whether it was a trailer number or something that had gender pronouns speaking about repairs. And so even for things that seemed very innocuous, we were having to do very thorough reviews and then check those against all of our legal considerations for redacting or withholding information, while again making the goal of wanting to produce the records that were requested. There were also the consideration of lease negotiations in both of these sites that during different timeframes, both sites have been the subject of lease negotiations. One has been the subject of ongoing active litigation. Therefore, careful review of communications and records was required by both our department as well as our legal counsel prior to releasing those documents. So in closing, I just really want to thank you all for your consideration. Again, we think that the record shows we are consistent about acknowledging receipt of the requests and, making those rolling basis of additional documents within a reasonable time frame with that balance of, holding our department to a standard of confidentiality and legality. With that, I submit my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Member Kumar, go ahead.
It's for the department. My question is, when do you expect this rolling review to be complete so that you can give out the documents?
Oh, I'm sorry. All 11 requests are complete, including the 3 that are included in the complaint. So I believe the 3 that were included in the complaint, let's see, 2 were received on May 15th. 1 was closed out on June 8th. The other was on July 21st. The 3rd was received on February 27th, and there was 5 productions of documents, and it was closed July 28th.
So, Mr. Dworsky, do you agree that you're not awaiting any more records, that at this point we're just focusing on the way in which it was handled?
Yes,
Okay.
that's true. It was about a year ago.
Okay. Well, as we heard in the prior case, sometimes even after a year, they're still not released. So we always like to double check.
I have some questions.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yes, Mr. Dworsky, when you submitted your request to the department for public records, was it a standard request under 67.21 or an immediate disclosure request under 67.25?
It was a standard request.
Okay. And for the respondent, under what section of the Sunshine Ordinance were you making this rolling or incremental disclosure of public records?
Apologies, I don't have that right in front of me, but we're pulling up our citation guide right now.
Okay. Also, when did you notify the requester that the records requested required such scrutiny within the, was that done within the 10-day period or was it after? Did you notify them at all?
Yeah, to be completely transparent, the staff that handled this request actually retired the day after the committee hearing on this. And so these are his notes. I wasn't involved in the actual production of these records. What I can say, looking back over the records and communications with Mr. Doretsky and as a supervisor for that staff person, we usually try to speak with the requester as soon as we receive the request to go back and forth and try to focus or get clarification as needed. I know that on a few of these, given the date ranges, we were trying to focus exactly what was being asked for so we could make it clear to staff that had already produced records on a very similar topic. And then within that 10 days, and when we send out that first batch of documents within that 10 days, that is when we will let the requester know that we know we need more diligence. There are more records available, but they require additional review, and we will be releasing them as soon as they are available. I will note one of the recommendations that came up at the committee that I thought was extremely helpful and that we have been taking back from our department since last September was making sure that we are more proactive with the requester throughout this process. So when we say we have more records, we need a little bit more time, we're trying to set a date and saying, we will get back to you, within 1 week, 2 weeks. Again, within within our control. When we have other departments that need to review these documents, we can only do so much to manage their time as well. But what we're trying to do is implement that more proactive communication measure with the requester. So if we say we'll try to get you something within a week and we don't have it within a week, we follow up with them and say, we're still working on this. We want to let you know this hasn't fallen off our radar. We are waiting for additional documents. We'll get those to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. Anyone else? Want to go to rebuttals? Okay, I'm going to call for rebuttals then. So we're going to move to rebuttals. So the department, Ms. Schneider, you have 3 minutes for your rebuttal, and then Mr. Doretsky will have 3 minutes for his.
I submit my time, no rebuttal.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Mr. Doretsky?
Should I have hers? So, it's very important to understand that I'm not suggesting that the department doesn't have real work to do when they look at documents that they're producing. I agree with that. But the statute also contemplates that. There's a provision that says that if you realize you're going to need more time, you can notify the requester the day after that they submit their materials, and then you can have another 10 days. And it's specifically for that. Consult with other departments. They didn't do that in any of these cases because they don't think they need to. They think that they are on their own as long as they say the magic words of rolling production. And that's not in the law. And it's created this practice, and it isn't limited to this agency, but it undermines the whole basis for this. The other thing I wanted to say is that it's pretty clear from the way the Sunshine Ordinance is written, and I went back and looked at the voter package when it was first proposed to the voters. It was a real change that was expected to occur from what happened under the public records laws. And the one thing is that there's a burden of proof that if you're going to withhold something, if you're going to go over a deadline, you got to show you had to do it. Now, I know that Mr. Hamilton has retired, but he didn't, at the earlier hearing, respond to any of the detailed questions about why they had to do this. And here today, Ms. Steinberg has said things in general, like this is what we try to do, we aspire to do this. But I'm telling you, and I have the evidence in this record, that isn't what happens. What happens is it is a way to control the delivery of information to a time when it's convenient for them, not convenient for the public. And that isn't how this ordinance was set out to be. And it's important, it took a year for this matter to get to the committee, that we not miss that opportunity to focus on this practice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Chair Yankee, Dan Rosenheim has their hand raised.
Who does?
Dan Rosenheim.
He's the editor from Bay City News.
Oh,
yeah.
I had asked earlier if you had any witnesses or anything, or was we pretending you said no?
No,
he
He did say that.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I'm sorry then. I didn't. He had said initially, he said no. I did say that.
You know what? He mentioned Dan.
You mentioned
in
him
the
later, but he told me no when I asked first. That's why I didn't call for it.
Yes, I hear what you're saying.
He can. We'll eventually get to public comment unless there's some evidence that you think needs to be. Okay.
No, I think public comment would be great.
Okay, so we'll come up with when we get to public comment, we'll let him speak. Go ahead.
I think Mr. Dworetsky brings up some important issues that we've seen again and again. And I understand the challenge sometimes of these requests that come in where it is voluminous, but sometimes we do wonder and even not specifically to this department, but with many departments, if there's a feeling that once the initial response has been made, that there's the sense of urgency is lost. And I would say there is a bit of a gap in the ordinance because there isn't anything that says what pace needs to be maintained in terms of the rolling delivery of documents. So I just want to acknowledge, yes, we hear what you're saying, and you're not the first person to have brought this up. I don't know what we do about that.
Member Kumar?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I feel that given that this is a situation where the person retired and obviously the next person onboarding may not have all the information or takes time to respond, there needs to be a sense of communication so that if, somebody's asking for a record, they don't think that, this is not being given to them. Like over here, I see I see that there is a conviction to give the records and be transparent, but this timeline is the timelines have not been met. That's something that I have clearly noticed. And for me, that's something that needs to be flagged. Like departments need to keep in mind that life happens, so many things happen. If we can turn up here for the task force, you can also submit your records on time. Like if you have not met the deadline, you have not met it. That's pretty much, I think, how I would look at it.
Stack.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I want us to think about the rolling and incremental basis item because none of that exists in 6721. It has a hard deadline of 10 days. If it was a 6725 IDR, immediate disclosure request, that's when the rolling and incremental basis appears. It's later on in the ordinance, not in the 6721 section. That said, looking side by side at the chronology of what Mr. Dworetsky had submitted on PDF page 22, and it's, let's see, is it the same page on the, there's no page number on the bottom of that. And then on the respondent side, PDF page 213, which is noted as page 155 at the bottom of the page. And Mr. Dworetsky is a little more explicit and granular on the day-to-day or moment by moment chronology, while the respondent is not. And what I find interesting here is that you can see that the request was made on May 13th, 2023, excuse me. And the first time you see a response from the department, well, they say he says May 16th rolling production. Okay. And then on June 1st, you have rolling production there. So I'm not sure exactly when they notified him, or if he's just putting that in there. Might want to ask him that. But the time frame between May 16th or May 13th and then June 1st is not 10 days. Though the May 16th one is. Maybe Mr. Dworetsky can clarify that a bit. But I just noticed if you go over to the respondent's side, I mean, it's not clear. I mean, well, it is kind of. They state like the third one down, which is 53 pages. That was submitted May 15th. That they received it. They say they released some on the 25th, and then on the 8th, which is a week or so later, which is more than 10 days. So I just wanted to point out that, I don't know, maybe there's some discrepancies in there with regards to timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I actually have a question for the respondent, Ms. Schneider. Oh, there you are. I couldn't see over there. I guess I'm a little surprised. I'm looking at page 70, and I know maybe this probably isn't you, but it seems that there's HSH Sunshine is like your shared email account or Sunshine,
Exactly.
right? And I'm not sure who. It seems kind of odd, and this is not saying that anything's a violation, but I think it's somewhat helpful, and we've kind of talked about this in prior cases where it looks like there's a series of correspondences from that email address, but they're never like signed by a person's name, so we really don't know who is doing this. And so sometimes, particularly when you have retirements and everything, it's hard to go back and recreate what happened because you don't even know who is responding to these things when you use these shares accounts. So again, I'm not saying any of this is a violation, but I think it's just kind of a helpful thing if you somehow designate who's doing this so you can follow up and we can kind of see the timeline and who's handling it. And I kind of was surprised on PDF page 70. It looks like you asked Mr. Dworsky, or not you, but that account, whoever that person is, asked him a question, and he seemed to give a fairly reasonable response. And then this account just responds back seriously, question mark, exclamation point, never mind. It's not the type of professional conversation I'm accustomed to seeing back and forth from a city department. So I could see where he might get a little frustrated because a seriously never mind doesn't seem to be taking his request seriously, and his response seemed, I mean, on topic. It wasn't like he went off on some type of rant or anything. So that I think is somewhat odd. But to Member Wolf's question also, can you clarify what was the first date that records? So it looks like May 13th is the date that the request came in. I see communications on May 16th. Do we know when the first records were produced? And it looks like it's difficult to follow because some of these charts have things look like they're from February, and I'm not sure that maybe there's a variety of requests that came in. So particularly with regards to this request, what was the first record production date?
Sure. And if I may just really quickly to go back to your initial comment, Member Pilpel actually followed up with me after the committee and raised the same question about the signature block, which I found to be extremely helpful. And so moving forward, again, it's not going to be reflected in those records, but we have made sure that whomever staff person is monitoring that inbox, it is usually our Sunshine and Compliance Officer. I'm pointing to our new Sunshine and Compliance Officer, DeVaris Robinson, who's joining me here today. Their name and contact information is on that, so it is distinguishable. If someone's on vacation, we'll make sure we change that block so you know who you're communicating with.
That's helpful. Thank you.
In terms of the timeline, I will say that the timeline that I am looking at is our chart right now. One of the process improvements we've made is that we are moving to next request to track all of our Sunshine requests and communications. So we have a real kind of historic documented timeline of when something is received, when something is responded to, what we have sent out. We did not have that at this time. So the best of my ability on these timelines is that for the Dworsky VTC number 2595, which is one of the first ones cited in the request, we received, meaning I believe that we acknowledged on May 15th. Our first release was on May 25th, and we followed that with a second and closing release on June 8th.
So essentially, the records were produced first on May 25th, and they ended on what day? I'm sorry?
On June 8th. So 2 weeks later, we were able to close that out.
Okay.
And that is a standard we hold ourselves to, is if we are going on to a rolling basis, we don't like to have it go more than 2 weeks without communications with the requester. Again, acknowledging that was not always the case with some of these requests, but that is, again, as a supervisor of this work at the department, something that, I have been putting better into practice is 2 weeks or less.
Okay, thank you. And then to the members, I know we've gone over this before, and I know Member Wolf talked about the part of 6725. It's specifically subsection D about turning records over on a rolling basis. I'm not sure I'm in necessarily agreement with him that the rolling basis only applies to immediate disclosure requests. It's, to me, I know it's under that 6725 portion, but I'm not necessarily convinced that because IDRs are addressed in subsection A, that subsection D necessarily only applies to those requests that are in subsection A, because it says, in response to a request for information describing any category of non-exempt public information when so requested, the city and county shall produce any and all responsive public records as soon as possible, as soon as reasonably possible, on an incremental or rolling basis. So I think that's more encompassing.
Yeah, I would say I think A, B, C are independent, because if you look at C, which is about you don't have to state your reason, that applies to both cases. It doesn't just apply to IDR.
Right. I think 6725 is kind of a catch-all with a variety of subsections that are just
That have to do with immediacy of response.
Exactly. So I don't necessarily read them like C only deals with A and D only deals with A. So I do think that the rolling basis, and I agree with you, I think, member you brought up earlier, it's, I think that's a part of the ordinance that can be tightened up, is that there's nothing that really addresses what's a reasonable rolling basis, or how often does the rolling basis have to come. And so we do get to these situations where records are produced, but are they really doing their best job? And it's hard for us to tell how deadlines are being met.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
I have to strongly disagree with you on that. And maybe the DCA can, our legal counsel can clarify this. But in constitutional construction, especially when there are bright lines actually printed on the page between each section, the words that are in that section under that heading apply to that title, that section, unless otherwise noted. It doesn't say that it applies to all. This section is specifically around what starts in A and goes through D, and it all applies to what starts in A. I don't agree. That is a departure of what this task force has held to be true since its beginning. So I definitely disagree with that, and I would not agree that the task force hold that interpretation to be true. I think that demands a little more analysis and a decision that is what the task force deems to be its interpretation.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I have three sort of more general observations here. The first is that I think that the rolling production is it's both a reality, and it has both negative and positive aspects to it. I think that the one thing I wanted to point out is I think that we do not want to tell people, we don't want to convey a message that you should just hold all the documents until you have them all together and then produce them. There is a positivity to rolling it out. You get a document, you've examined it, it's ready to go, send it out, and then the next document, send it out. And I think most people who want to receive the documents would rather get them in a rolling way as opposed to having to wait until the end. So I don't know if we want to necessarily send the message that rolling is a bad thing, according to us. I know that rolling I may agree, I don't know with Member Wolf that it may be something that you're really only supposed to do in 67-25 cases. I don't really have a strong opinion on that one way or another, but I just wanted to emphasize that I think agencies should give people each document when it's ready to go, no question about it. The second observation is that I think that Mr. Dvoretsky may have had a somewhat subsidiary claim that he thought that the supervisor of records had failed to respond to him. I'm not sure if he intended to bring that to us, but it doesn't seem like, well, we certainly don't have that claim teed up here today so that the supervisor of records can respond. But it seems to me that this is yet another case where the supervisor of records just did way too little. I know they have an attitude that they don't really have to do much at all, but I would probably consider that there may have been a violation by them hiding in this. The third observation I have is that this is the second case in a row where we're talking about people who are seeking documents on possibly this city's most important, I'll call it crisis. And unfortunately, we're here looking at document requests that are about 18 months old. I just want to note that this is sort of a exemplar of how these are really, these were disputes that happened quite a long time ago. So we're now looking at them almost like they're ancient history. I hope that, we can make changes so that that doesn't be the case, so that we could end up being in a situation where instead of hearing this 18 months later, we could be hearing it within, say, 2 or 3 months, so that we'd still have some ability to have things go more live. I know I'm on a soapbox here, but I just noticed the passage of time in these cases and how it's important in terms of a public policy matter. Okay, those are my 3 long-winded observations.
Thank you, Member Schmidt.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I just want to expand a little bit, and thank you, Member Schmidt. You jogged my my brain for on this a bit. Whether it's a rolling basis or not, the question is also on timeliness, and we've done hundreds of them around timeliness, whether they are if they're on time and then go over time. So timeliness is timeliness. But respondents can't just claim that they have gratis of a rolling basis. Under 6721, what we have held is that it's been the practice of most respondents that have come before us that they've made and agreed arrangements prior to the end of the 10-day period with the requester for providing them with documents on a rolling basis, but not because they have an allowance for it. They know that they don't. They got a 10-day turnaround time, but for an IDR, it's specified that if it's voluminous, And the reason why it's there is because of the next day turnaround time. And so that to me poses a bit of a major difference between the two issues that we're dealing with here. The last point on this I'll make is that the issue around crisis issues, we've heard cases around records people needing on an immediate basis even was around COVID during the pandemic. And the city had been slow to produce a lot of records. Now, granted, it was not an easy and first time for the city if something like that has happened, but nonetheless, they did have delays on records that, for information the public may have needed or wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Any motions on this one? Any final thoughts?
Well, I'll start one going. I'll find the violation of 6721 for untimeliness.
I second that.
Okay. So you have a motion by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Kumar to find a violation of 6721 for timeliness.
And did we get confirmation that all the records have been?
We did, yes.
We did. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion, members? If not, we'll open it up to public comment. Not seen anything from the members. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Members in the room wishing to speak on item 12, please approach the podium. Participants in the online community, please raise your hand pressing *3 or your hand in the app. We do have one hand raised. Dan Rosenheim.
I didn't understand the motion. 67.21, what?
For timeliness.
Pardon?
Timeliness.
He wants to know which A, B, C, D, E, F. Is that what he's asking for?
No, he wanted to know what the violation was for.
Member Wolf, are you referring to 6721B?
Sorry, slow on the mute button. Yes.
Okay, so Cheryl, if you can make sure the motion says the 6721B violation for timeliness. So, Mr. Warfield, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you standing there to make public comment?
Yes, please.
You ready?
Yes. Let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, and we're not particularly familiar with this, particularly since because of the difficulties of finding material for this meeting on the agenda. But there were a couple of things that I think are important. The complainant certainly said that as a pattern, this is very problematic and should be strongly opposed. And I would say strict enforcement on your part is vital to preventing these things from happening again. We heard a lot of excuses and reasons, not all of which are excuses, certainly. It's a lot of work, a lot of other there's a lot of confidential material. There were 600 documents that were provided on this and other things, on and on and on. But I think that the law is clear, and you should look at the law as to what the law provides. By the way, with respect to rolling 6725D for dog says, city and county shall, in this instance, whatever you think it means, the reason is clear. City and county shall produce any and all responsive records as soon as reasonably possible on an incremental or rolling basis, such that the responsive records are produced as soon as possible by the end of the same day, the same business day as they are reviewed and collected. I also want to mention that the complainant referenced the voter pamphlet, and I recall the voter pamphlet very clearly, and it was very clear that it said that this measure would cost money, but it also said that it is part of every city employee's duty and part of their job to comply with the law. It is not an add-on or an extra or something that's optional, or if it's inconvenient because of pressures of other things can be left behind. It is an integral part of the job. So I think that you should look very closely at all of the timelines and strictly require them to be met, and to be strong and clear in your statement of violation and statement clearly of what is expected and what is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
We have an online caller, Mr. Dan Rosenheim. Shall I unmute him?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Rosenheim.
and good evening to members of the task force. And thanks for hearing this complaint. I want to speak very briefly in support of Joe Dworetzky's complaint. As he mentioned, I am a projects editor at Bay City News, and I am his editor. I should also add I am a member of the board of directors of the San Francisco Press Club, so I'm speaking in that capacity as well. Just by way of background very quickly, I've been a journalist, excuse me. I've been a journalist in San Francisco for 40 years, including 11 years at the San Francisco Chronicle, where I spent 9 as city editor and managing editor, and 21 years in broadcast, where I was news director at KRON-TV and vice president of news for CBS 5. And I mention these not to feather my nest, but because I think they're germane. Because in that capacity, I was frequently involved in records requests and experienced the need for requests to be responded to in an expeditious manner. Bay City News, as you may know, is a wire service. It's kind of a regional Associated Press. Our clients include most news media in the Bay Area. And Joe's reporting on the issue of homelessness has been extremely well received. It's really been seminal reporting, and his stories have been picked up at length and run by many organizations, including, just by way of example, at San Francisco Standard, San Francisco Gate, Patch, KPIX, and so on. It's been a burning issue, and timeliness has been extremely important, especially given the nature of litigation over homelessness, homeless sweeps, and other events. As Joe's editor, I've gone through this process with him and shared his frustration at the way his documents requests have been treated. Far from having had the kind of arrangement or agreements that Mr. Wolf suggested, it's been our feeling that he's really been treated cavalierly. We'll give you some documents now, and we'll give you the rest when we're ready. And we'll decide which ones you get and when you get, and we'll do it unilaterally. That's a problem. It's a problem for our democracy. It's a problem for our reporting. It's a problem for our readers and viewers. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Members, are we ready for a vote on this motion? Haven't seen any hands. Okay, Cheryl, if you go ahead and take the roll on this.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 3 absences.
Okay. Thank you, parties, for joining us today. And we can move along to item number 13.
Item number 13, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Hey, does anyone have anything for this item?
Actually, as long as it came up in the last point, could we ask our DCA to look into this issue that Bruce has brought up more than once about, and Bruce, it could be just because of the wording in some items of the Sunshine Ordinance that it doesn't always feel like A, B, C, and D subsections need to be taken sequentially. I agree with you that in some sections, it does feel as though they are meant sequentially, but in others, it doesn't seem like that at all. And it may be, this may be something that we need to look at when we're making our recommendations. But is this something that you could either respond to now or look into for us? Because it does not feel consistent. Could you speak into the microphone? I'm so sorry.
Through the chair for a moment before he answers. Just before he answers, Mike, I just want him also to also address that if we do change, if there is a change in interpretation of the section, that could also have retroactive effects because of decisions that were made in its precedent of understanding of that section.
And I realize as I brought this up now that perhaps he should not respond since this is about new things going forward unless it's allowed because it was something that came up at today's meeting.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a future agenda topic. So
then I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, so let's do this. If you can look into that and let me know, I can either agendize it on the next meeting. We could talk about it, maybe even in the the first hour portion if it's going to be a short discussion. But I think that's a good point overall. Do you understand the question that Member LaHood has? Feel free to answer that part.
I believe I do, but I wanted to make sure that we are crystal clear as to what the question is. And I believe it pertains to section 67.25 and the relationship between A, B, C, and D in that particular section, not for the entire act.
And actually, Bruce, is that what you are asserting as well? Do we have this mutual understanding of the question?
Yes. That
Okay.
A, B, C, and D applies to 6725 and not to anywhere else.
Well,
Wait, no. Are you saying that the idea that when B follow that there's A and B follows in response to A and C follows in response to B and D follows in response to C and that they're all interconnected and we can't interpret them independently? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that it all applies to 6725. Because the assertion is that
we agree that it applies to 6725, but the title of 6725 is not IDRs. The title is immediacy of response.
Just the title.
Well, the title has to mean something.
No, but it's the content that makes a difference. The title doesn't make the law. It's what the words underneath the title that makes the law. And what I was hearing the assertion is that D applies just generally to all requests and not to what the subject matter of 6725 is about, which starts in A.
I think this is where we disagree. This is where we disagree, and this is where we need guidance about what the subject matter of 6725 is.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. What I'm hearing is 6725 as a section purely about immediate disclosure requests and essentially interpreting A, B, C, and D as that, or is it more the general?
About immediacy of
Topic-
responses. And to me, immediacy can apply whether it's an IDR or a regular request. Immediacy of response applies across the board.
All right, how immediately do you need to respond to requests? Not necessarily the technical immediate disclosure request that's specifically defined in A.
Yeah, that's where that's
where we diverge.
Disagree. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just to contextualize the question, as I understand it, the question is whether or not 6725 subdivision D applies only to IDRs.
Yes.
Or whether it applies to any and all requests under the Sunshine Ordinance, correct?
Correct. And I guess all of them, because even C, I mean, even though it didn't come up in this case, I think it talks about not having to give a reason. I mean, is that really
Right.
saying you don't have to give a
Can
reason
these
for
be taken
IDR?
independently or, yeah. And I saw,
Yeah, I just wanted to note, you talked about the titles, the heading titles, chapter titles, et cetera. I would say sometimes those are inaccurate, sometimes they're put on afterward in law. It's not like a novel where the title is supposed to be, very creative, et cetera, et cetera. But in law, sometimes it's even like the law is passed and then some functionary later puts in like, this is what this area is about. So just be wary about titles like that. I think if we're the ones who are construing what the Sunshine Ordinance means, ultimately, based on advice, et cetera, we can come up with it, but we probably want to look at whatever it looked like when voters read it in the actual materials that were in front of them, because they probably didn't have those titles. And I don't even know if it was put in the same order as it's in right now. So that's sort of what we're supposed to be interpreting.
Thank you very much. So I think we know the question. Well, maybe we'll find out the answer next meeting. Stay tuned.
and we've got our audience on the edges of their seats.
Okay, anything else for item number 13?
Member Anderson, I have a quick question. We had a very long discussion regarding what was happening. I'm trying to remember which case it was. Not that one, not that one. The planning department, I believe it was the complaint by Michael Turin.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that when we do the agenda or when we put up the notes for the next meeting, that we could indicate where in the recording of this meeting that discussion is? So instead of us all trying to find exactly what minute we started talking about it, somewhere in the minutes or in the agenda, it says minute so-and-so of the tape of our meeting of this day, May the 1st, you will find the discussion, because it was such a big topic.
Yeah, and so Cheryl, I think we used to do that. If I recall, a couple of years ago, we used to have like parentheses in the meeting minutes about when in the recording that part took place. I think that's an excellent suggestion. So when we go to try to listen to the recording, we're not trying to search through it. So is there a way that you could do that when you do the minutes? Like I think when like the Board of Supervisors has their like video that it's indexed, right? You can click the part of the agenda that takes you to that part of the video. I mean, obviously we don't have a video and everything, but if we could at least have.
Yeah,
that's an
great
excellent
idea.
suggestion. Yeah, that would be super.
Until we get AI.
Yeah. Or get to be on video or something like that. Okay. Anything else? Any public comment on those? Pat, no one online?
No one. There is someone online. Their hand is not raised.
Okay, so not seeing anyone here in the room. We'll go ahead and close public comment on that and move to the final item.
Adjournment.
Right. Before 9.
Do we move for that?
As soon as Cheryl calls it, you can go.
Item number 14, adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
Okay, moved by Member Anderson.
49.
Second.
I second.
Second by Member LaHood. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Not hearing
Thanks,
opposed.
everybody.
We are adjourned.
Good to see you all. Have a good week.
Bye, too.
Doesn't have to be unanimous. What if we had an A on that? It's probably never happened.
You can all also all get up and leave. It would be a rising vote.